all night, but before we do that, let's crash into that. We can do it right if it takes all night, but before we do that, let's crash into that. We can do it right if it takes all night, but before we do that, let's crash into that. Let's crash into that. Let's crash into that.
Everybody's on. Oh man. Oh man. Well, we predicted it. It is. Music by Wikipedia. Oh, 7.
I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
All right. Looks like, what do we do? Check your items, customized items. Make sure they are all there. But here we are, 4.3. But here's the caveat. 4.3 is just the basic platform of changes. The actual nitty-gritty is going to be 4.3.1. Engineering, crafting, etc., etc., etc. Look at the patch notes. I'm going to put some AC on. I'm still here, waiting on the queue. I'm on 25 in the queue. Hopefully this patch is good, man. Hopefully this patch is where it needs to be. And if not, we'll get a hot fix. Welcome to Star Citizen. All right. 72 in the queue. Here we go. 62 in the queue. $57. We ain't British. Well, technically. Oh, you mean nationally? Oh, yeah. That rebellion was 1776. All right, 32. I don't know what to do. Music by Wikipedia. All right. And these Sweet 17. Number 7. I'm in Star Citizen Heaven. Oh, number 2, I don't know what to do. Second Life initiative boasted by Resource Drive. Participation exceeded expectations, leading to the delivery of more resources than predicted. The Addison administration hailed the empire-wide resource drive to support scientific research focused on solving the region crisis as a huge success. Spokesperson Svetlana Arada claimed that while the event experienced... Oh, I'm in the hangar. Here we go. You all see that the reference to Laura Addison when we made our votes, and this is probably, she could probably get in some little trouble with the technology going really south. This technical initiative kind of rearing its ugly head in its worst potential. Really cool to see that. What I'll need to do, oh man, hold on. Oh, did not enable my sticks. Not a problem here. Not one iota of an issue. And just like that, hey. All right, I need to check some of my items in my ships. See if this persistence is persistent. Hangar first, yes. We're getting closer to base building. We're getting closer to the base building initiative. Music by Wikipedia. Oh, I gotta deliver. Oh, shoot. Let's see if I have my, ooh-wee. Hold on. 1 second, chat.
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Uh-oh. Okay. I need to see something really... Vehicles. Livery. Yep, it's on. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. While I'm here, let me check weapons. I hope that weapons did not get wiped. Vehicle weapons. Ooh. Revenant. Yeah, they did get wiped. I think so. But no, they're here, I believe. Panther repeaters, yeah. Size for a gimbal mount. Let's see here. Let's try these rhinos. Okay. Nose turret. Verapod size 4 gimbal mount. Yeah. Okay, I think they're part of the gimbal mount. I think right here. Yeah. I think so. Turret weapon. Okay, here we go. So they kind of, I believe what happened was they decoupled them, I guess. Let's call her up and take a look at her, shall we?
Welcome to the ASOS Vehicle Retrieval System.
Did the burrito survive? Oh my god. Beans. Yeah, beans and cheese, but not the beef. Let's see what's coming up here. Oh, my suit. There we go. Okay. Oh, damn. A ship just took off. Or a ghost of a ship took off. That was weird. Whoa. Awkward. Yeah, yeah, we need that fixed. Let's take a look. Oh. Livery's not there though, but that's fine. Oh yeah. I gotta go add my livery, man. Oh yeah. Music by Wikipedia. Music by Wikipedia. And my livery, need it, gotta have it. Oh yeah. All right, now Let's look at the prospector before we do anything. Get her right. Okay, here we go. Let's look. Ooh-wee. Here we go, y'all. Here we go. Go ahead and inspect. More than likely, oh shit. Somebody's ship. Oh, look at that. The Wolf. It looks like a Spitfire, man. It is tight. It's really tight. Light fighter. Okay, so these are defaulted. What I'm going to do, maybe that may be the default prospector. Let me take a look at the other one. I mean, there'll be a time when anything custom. Oh, that's an anomaly. Woo! That's potent right there. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me walk away from that. Ah. Damn. That could cause epileptic. Mike 07. Okay, here we go. It stopped flashing. Let's go ahead and park this one. I want to make sure that was 2. Let me pull number 1, the first one. Just want to validate that my settings are back to default, or if the custom changes on my ship are still there. Here it comes.
Goodbye.
Here it comes. Come on now. Okay.
Welcome.
Let's see what's happening here.
Retrieval system. Your vehicle has been delivered
Okay.
to the following location.
I mean, oh, Mike, don't. No, 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 no. Yeah, that is. Woo. That was pretty potent, seeing that. That is a priority. Hopefully that's isolated. That was an isolated incident right there. But are you really, Mike? Dude, I so hope you're not.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
Mike, are you there?
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
I'm asking Mike if he's okay. Oh shit. Felt like the floor was. This is weird, man. People's hangers are phasing in and out of other people's hangar. Let me get off of this floor. Don't want to fall through, just in case. Yeah, there's a hot fix inbound for sure. Okay, let's see what's going on. Utility. Yeah, I believe hold on. Okay, Helix. Riser. Let's try Surge. Okay. That is equipped. I think there was items were stored off to the side. They were decoupled and stored. Oh my gosh, man. What? Holy smokes. I'm glad that you responded back.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Holy smokes. Whew. I'm glad you're okay, man. Mm. Good gosh. Ooh. Pulling that mold so I can get those bags. Merc Star Runner. Buck. I like the Buck, man. The Buck is something's weird going on there. Okay, there we go. Caterpillar. Something strange going on there. Oh, look away, Mike.
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Oh boy. Mike, don't look at the screen.
Welcome to the
Look away,
ASOP
man.
vehicle retrieval system.
Don't look. Don't look. Let me go down to the floor. Oh my gosh, they're all doing that. Senzino 07. It's touch and go right now. Oh snap. Oh shit. Excuse me. They gotta iron it out though.
Servicing the greater metropolitan area. We hope you have safe travels wherever your final destination may be. For the latest travel information, be sure to check the departure and arrival boards conveniently located throughout the spaceport. Obey all security and customs personnel at all times. Their job is
All right.
your safety.
Let's see if I can damn. Candyman. Peppermints. Oh, these might be the Med Runners, man. I think these might be the Med Runner dudes.
Retrieval system.
So cool though. It could be them. That looks cool though. Holy smokes.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Common laws, yes,
Goodbye. Welcome.
Let's see See if I can work it here.
Vehicle retrieval system.
Here we go. I'm just getting my ships in order real quick.
From transforming worlds to exploring the stars, ArcCorp
UI is acting weird. I know that much.
ArcCorp, investing in
It's
tomorrow's
intermittent. Okay. Wait a minute. I might be seeing a pattern here. 1 second.
It takes all
Okay, you have to do it a second time, I believe.
and secure
And go leave out,
and report
go back,
every time.
and spam it. It seems like, yeah, that's a weird workaround. Leave, go back to it. Gotta get the right one.
For the latest
Ouch.
travel information, be sure to check the departure and arrival ports conveniently located throughout the spaceport. Want your company to be in good company? ArcCorp's unique vertically integrated corporate parks offer amenities such as resource sharing and logistical pairing for our rental partners.
Okay,
Your new home. From transforming worlds to exploring the stars, ArcCorp is proud to bring the universe closer together. ArcCorp, investing in tomorrow's future.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system. Please visit us again.
holy smokes. Got a spam.
Thank you for visiting Stanton's capital of commerce. Whatever your transaction, we wish you a beneficial and prosperous day.
Oh, damn.
It takes all of us working together to keep ArcCorp safe.
All right, so I'm wondering,
And report positive threats.
I'm kind of down for checking out those missions.
Your personal belongings are your personal responsibility. Monitor your luggage at all times.
Call up that mole and basically transfer those cargo bags over to the prospector. Might even do both, just for preparation purposes.
From transforming worlds to exploring the stars, ArcCorp is proud to bring the universe closer together. ArcCorp, investing in tomorrow's future.
Oh my God, man! What a day, man! CIG pulled it off. So this is just the initial baseline 4.3.
Stanton's capital.
What's going to happen next is
We wish you a beneficial and prosperous day.
So let me go ahead and call up the mole. Disengage
Welcome
Belongings are
to
your
the
personal.
ASOC vehicle
the
retrieval system.
canvases,
Monitor your luggage at all
canvas
times.
bags.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your
All right.
vehicle has been delivered to the following place.
Thank
Oh.
you for visiting ArcCorp, Stanton's capital of commerce. Whatever you do, we wish you a
Okay,
beneficial
they
and
sound a little
prosperous
different too, the elevators. I think they're starting to kick in, maybe. Or they haven't been implemented just yet. I don't know. I find myself getting a little excited. Some clothes on, man. There we go. All right. That's more like it. Feels much better. Cleaning this up a little bit. Just basically stacking them. It's a little more, a bit more organized here. And give myself some room. A little more room. Drop those in my backpack. Consolidate these. All right, and let's go ahead. Weapons. All right, there she is, FS9. Love you to death, FS9. I'm hearing something. Someone's shooting. It's weird. It's weird. Sounds weird. All right. Utility. I'll definitely need some ammo. Okay, so I'm good here. I have to basically unlock the ports on this ship. What is new, Bracer Phoenix? How are you? How's the new job? Just getting everything back to kind of like normal, or setting it up to what I was, based on what I do in game. Customizing the ships. It wasn't heavy customization, but All right, here we go. Got to unlock the ports to. I'm going to disengage some of those duffel bags and add them to the prospector, increasing my capacity. Here we go. I think this will unlock the port. There it is, unlocked. I killed my blender making the smoothie, so I hope it was worth it. But you gotta imagine, man. I think I had that thing for over 20 years. The new Wolf is sexy. Sexy Wolf. Let's form a pack. Pack of wolves. I say, why not? Man, I hate that I can't use my straw. Sucks. All right. Literally. All right. Port is unlocked. I'm going to head down, 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 down. And disengage. Come on, get off the ladder, man. I'm going to test her out and do some little bounties on with her, even though I know I'll have to definitely reload, you know, because it's ballistics. But I think I'm ready to embrace the usage of ballistics. I'm ready to do that. And I want to start storing stuff now. Now that the narrative is, hey, we're going to make this now the segue into base building. So I may as well be a part of the narrative and testing. What is it categorized as? Filters. Other no. Vehicles. It should be here though. I wanted to pull up. Oh boy. Okay, so let me bring this up first, because I'm going to store probably 8 of those things, man. I'm about to do that. I'm prepping up right now, man. I'm prepping up. That's odd. Okay, that was on the other side. That was weird. Why not unload them all, right? Holy shit, what was that? Wait a minute. What kind of bug is this? Oh no, it wants to snap. So I'm not gonna do pull, I'm gonna do push now. Oh crap. Trying to see what's going on. Why isn't it? Is this something I'm doing? See that? I'm going to move the ship away. Damn, bugs, man. It's bugging. I'm going to move the ship to the side. Yeah, it's starting to persist now. Yeah, it's gonna, as always, you know, they're gonna be kinks in the armor when they drop anything new and kind of resolve what's the issues. Always be prepared for the hot fix to be implemented, for sure. So I'm going to attempt to move the ship away. Maybe it's trying to snap to its grid, or it recognizes close proximity. I don't know. Now I'll see if it wants to snap back to, or it snaps back, or whatever the case. Yeah, these bugs, man, they will hit us so differently. It's why they say sometimes it's hard to really get to the bottom of some of these bugs and figure them out. See, now I can't even use the tractor beam. Isn't that weird? What the hell? Wait. Okay, what just... Did I lose my items? Oh, I know I did. No, I'm gonna go and get some other ones. Get some new ones. That is strange. These bugs, boy. Woo. They're a little scary, man. They're a little scary. You discover as you go. But give them a little bit of be a little easy, because they dropped this and it was immediate. All right. Two PCs. I'm moving ships around on the second PC. That's different. Now it's moving. Now it seems to be. I guess it was something about. I guess I figured it out. Maybe. Possibly, I figured it out. There are no bags on this shit. I'm gonna use them. I'm gonna put them on both ships. It's all about that preparation, man.
User error.
It's about that bottom line, baby. Move them away from the ship. That was cool. The solution to fixing these cargo duffel bags were to add little feet, small feet, almost similar to like landing gear. And it worked. It fixed it, prevented them from falling through the floor. And now you're able to stack them as well, which is really nice. So I'll keep these 4 out and I will store those 4. You keep the secret. I'm not duplicating. I'm just using them, man. I'm just using them. Not intentional. The Argo is my loaner for the Arastra. Alright, so I'm going to store these bad boys. What is it, 3? I thought it was 4. Okay, there's 4. Alright, so store them. CIG sees everything, man. They see everything. There's no hiding. Almost there. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and...
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Ergo, the Argo. Mole.
Your vehicle
There we
has
go.
moved to our storage facility.
Go ahead and call up
Welcome
one of
to
the
ASOP Vehicle
prospectors.
Retrieval System.
Prospectors. You know what? I'm tempted. I'm going to change the laser head to the other one as well. That way I have 2 customized prospectors. Okay, I think this is... Yep, Tutility. Helix is in use, so there we go. And then I can put 1 slot on it. I'll make that the riser. And yeah, I'm gonna call them both up.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been delivered to the follow place.
Here we go.
Goodbye.
Nice. Okay, yes, sir. Health is wealth, man. Health is wealth. Wait a minute. It did not summon up the ship. Hold on.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle
Or did it?
Retrieval System.
Let's see. Hangars are a mess right now, so. But we'll see. This, I mean, well, take it back. The patch just started. We're going to see what shape they're in. All right. Very muscular for 1.0. Nice. Not too muscular. You want to fit that undersuit. Okay, here we go. Yep, changing out those duffel bags. It would be neat if we could unlock the ports from our movie glass. That's another item I would love to put on the wish list. Okay, unlocked. Oh, 07 Fimber. We're here. 4.3. No grid, no problem. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. We will certainly destroy those servers. I think so, until there's dynamic server meshing for sure. Oh, snap. All right. In comes the new. Out goes the old. In comes the new. Yeah, hopefully not, Fimber. I think at some point that probably be the one of the announcements soonish. Is that server meshing is potentially ready to go. But it may take us a while for 4.3.1. That's with the crafting and engineering. That could be very well after CitizenCon or part of that announcement. You know, what are we crafting? To be specific, what is it we're crafting? I'm sure pretty soon we're gonna hear something's gonna leak, and we're gonna find out what is it we're crafting actually. How far-reaching will it be? Oh, crafting and satisfactory. Yeah, I think when we talk about crafting, generally speaking, I think the Endeavor will be that ship. It'll be crafting central, no doubt about it. Okay, that's finished. I'm gonna go ahead and lock the port in case I forget later on. Remember, that's what I'm wondering, man. That maybe it's more to it than just saying, "Hey, we're gonna introduce it." They need to be careful not to make it too convoluted. Yeah, I think that it could get boring, or then they lose the creativity aspects of it. Yeah, I think of what you all were talking about with grinding and that level of grinding. I'm like, that doesn't translate to it being good because your grinding is hard, you know. Fun can translate it. It takes care of a lot of things if something is fun. But if you're super grinding hard on stuff, yeah, it could feel like a job, or people will lose interest fast. Like, I'm not doing all that. It's a balance, for sure. All right, I'm gonna load these bad boys up. Why didn't I do the right thing here? Uh-oh. Why didn't I grab those bags? I'm gonna do that. Could happen. Play with great fortune. Play real players. This was the first mission that almost 100% of people didn't attempt to do on their alts. That's a good thing, right, Shimpasta? That is a good thing. Oh, it says Argo Ore Pod. That's cool. Wow. So they wanted to make sure that the reward will get to their main account. That's motivational. But man, I see these. Did you see the advertisement? The YouTube introducing 4.3. It's starting to take that. Oh damn! It's starting to take on that horror vibe. You notice that? And October's coming up, man. And not just October. I'm also thinking about Area 18, the lower depths. And here's the big eye opener. Hiding in plain sight. We voted for Addison, and we said, okay, we want technology, education, and we're seeing the crazy side of it. The best situation with technology is you can save lives, you can come up with miracle-like medicines. But then the flip side of it is what we're getting with these scientists going off the hinge. Diabolical. And this falls back on Addison. That's pretty cool, though, to bring that to the forefront. That's what we voted for. We did that voting system. So now there's lore tied to these political aspects of the game. It opens up storylines, worst case scenarios. So Addison's like, I didn't sign up for that. I didn't tell them to do this. But you gave them the funding, Addison. You're behind the funding for it. That's the crazy part, right? Scavenger, aka Scavenger, what's up, man? How are you doing? How's the space bum? The richest space bum in the verse. Hey, I didn't make it up. How you doing, sir? Always a pleasure. Well, we're at 4.3. We're at 4.8. It must be it's starting to get chilly there, Scavenger. Correct? Because the seasons are starting to change. That would be the plan, Fimber. Oh, I'm storing this one. Why did I get in this ship? I don't know why I sat in here. This is not the go-to ship. This is my backup ship, but I customized it. Let me check the ports to make sure the ports have everything. Okay, they're locked. Okay, it's still warm there. Okay. I'll say it's almost time for some chata. Oh man, some chata. Henry, do you have a salvage ship?
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System.
All right, so store that one.
Vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
No good deed goes unpunished. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna grab the second prospector. Then it's out to L2. Actually, Fimber, did you want to test the wolf? Do a couple of bounties real quick to see what kind of firepower they can actually lay waste on the enemy. What kind of firepower it is. I'm curious as to what it can do. Okay, here we go. Retrieve. Okay, UI not responding to me. Okay, wait a minute.
Your
There we go.
vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Where the ship delivers the cargo for you. Okay. Let's see here. Now I have to unlock. Yes. Gotta prep, man. Gotta prep. Well, at least CIG, they're not taking them away. They're storing them for you, and you're able to at least have them in your store and just reattach them, which is pretty cool. But I think, long story short, we'll be able to keep everything in our bases and pretty much keep them it'll stay that way through true persistence. So 07. I think this is the narrative for this game so far. It's like having your having the tools around you ready to go, because they allow you to interact with the environment, and I think that's a thing, man. I think that's pretty catchy with Star Citizen. Okay, they're unlocked. Yeah, but now we need the Mobi-Glass. Go to the Mobi-Glass, connect to your ship, unlock the port. Simple as that. Eventually we'll get that, as we should. About efficiency. Here we go. When you claim, that's a good question. I think they stay on. I might have claimed my ship before. It was damaged, and I had to do a claim, and it kept everything. All right. I know they didn't in 4.21. I thought when my prospector, I went to check it and it had everything on it. I don't know. I remember feeling this great relief of not having to track all that stuff down. Or was this when the patch came over you're referring to, Fenrir? Not in-game. Or did I? Okay, I was just checking. I thought I left the the garage door open, the freight elevator open. Holy smokes! Yeah. For some reason, it kept my stuff. Not sure why, but I was relieved that I still had those bags, but I wasn't worried. Ports unlocked. I mean, testing. 1 2 1 2. Interact with the UI. At some point, once we get base building, that I think that'd be a thing of the past, and we're off to like real persistence in game. Beautiful day at our court. Oh, no doubt about it. In other words, a lot of work to be done. A lot of work to be done. Music by Walkipedia. And a beautiful day at our court. All right. On the way. I need a spoon. Here we go. Get some hydration. You're ready to go. I'm wondering what issues are happening with the this patch right now. I'm just curious. The elevators sound different though. I'm laughing because it's got a different feel to them. So I don't know if that patch is actually implemented now, but I know at some point, what, point one, it should be all in. But we listened to Jared, and I'm happy to know that they're not there. If it means they're going all the way with these fixes, like the problematic one, and it's going to take. I'm okay with them letting us know that it's going to take a while. I'm really cool with that. But to know that they're going to finally dig in. I think it was like 44 discovered, but 20 were just they got down to the root of it. So can't say enough about it, man. I'm happy about that. Even though the results we don't know when those results will be taken care of, but it needs to get out of here because it's undermining it's undermining things with the game. Do I have my backpack on? Okay, I want to buy something, and like right here. Okay, backpack. Okay. Miscellaneous. Cruise Luxit. And utility. Let's see, Optimax. Let's do it. Okay. Back to the ship. Okay, all right. 1 second. Yeah, it's an ongoing thing. Racer Phoenix, and it's one that they don't have the
Vehicle retrieval system.
immediate answer for right now. They don't. Hold on, I'm going to the hangar itself and call the ship up. But there's a different sound effect on the for these doors, the elevators.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been delivered to ASOC.
Hey, let me take a quick bio break. Be right back, all. Be right back. Shortly. For sure. go. Let's go. Let me move a little bit so I won't the server won't drop me in activity. All right. Took a bio break. Grab the spoon. All right. Got the equipment. Have the equipment. Hold on. Oh boy. And let's see here. Oh, 07 Shapasta. Can you hear me?
Hey, Kimmy, yeah, I
Oh,
can hear
07. Ooh. All right, man. It's out. I don't think we have enough right now to actually judge what's going on, but okay. Nonetheless, your thoughts.
Yeah, I'm glad 4.3 is out. I haven't had a chance to play it yet, but
Yeah.
so far the streamers that I've seen, it's all, going okay so far.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see.
It's new. Everything's new.
It's Yeah, everything's new basically. Yep.
But is it
But
really 4.3 though?
no, from what I've heard, it's half of what 4.3 was supposed to be, because very soon after this, like aka in the next couple of weeks or so, or 3 weeks maybe, 4.3.1 is supposed to come out. So,
Correct. And I think that's my point of those updates. I think when you look at what it is, crafting, how far we right now, that's like you're driving and you see the you're driving, you see the green light and you're approaching it and then it turns yellow and you're like, okay, let me slow down. What's because you're anticipating about what's going to happen.
Yep. So, it occurred to me today. So, you know how CIG, like, I guess, last SitCon, or I believe it was last SitCon, they kind of, or maybe it was before that, they kind of said, we're no longer doing any T0 implementations of anything. Fast forward to now, I really think that was the wrong message. And I say that because so many game systems are not in game, but there is clearly a need for them to start testing stuff, which to me means that you can't really say that T1 thing that you released is not actually T0. So, like freight elevators, I know I keep harping on that, but the minute they came out, players found issues, and then every subsequent mission that came out, like like the contested zones, the Wicklow, and even some of like the resource drive stuff. Well, obviously resource drive, but the missions before resource drive, they were breaking elevators, and players were complaining, but nothing seemed to be getting done. Which now in hindsight kind of feels like, freight elevators were really just tier 0 and they needed to test them more. And resource drive allowed them to do that. So I think they should just be like, hey guys, we screwed up. We have to release T0 stuff because we just don't know. We don't get the concurrency that we need. and everything has to be T0 until we can figure out the concurrency issue with that feature.
Yeah, I would agree that elevators are tier zero, but also they borderline also proof of what is it? Proof of development.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Um, and I think it's more of not being so much. I think the timing of it's so legacy, right? I guess my point is I'm splitting hairs here, but the elevators were so legacy that it's proof of development. It still falls into the narrative of proof of development, and at that time, people were coming and going, but they were setting themselves up to say, well, I can do this, I've got this, or this will work right now, and not knowing long term what effect that would have.
Yeah, the only issue I have, the X factor, I agree with what you're saying. The X factor is this, that seemingly all elevators and trains in Star Citizen run off the old transit system code, which doesn't work well. Which then makes me feel like, why were they so confident that the freight elevators would work consistently when we had bunker elevators and that didn't work consistently, and hangar elevators that didn't work consistently?
Well,
So that's like the X factor.
well, you look at the size and the footprint. Let me backtrack real quick with the tier zero narrative with elevators and the legacy. What that meant. I think elevators were created before there was a new marching order set by Chris to say, "Hey, we're gonna," kind of like what the reclaimer was to the Drake Vulture, right? Of saying we're gonna, from now on, we're gonna do this. If we're gonna have something that has a feature, we're gonna pair it up with things that it can interact with, so that it feels complete. So that was a recent narrative or mandate from Chris, and I think elevators were legacy way before any of that. And so I don't put, for me, I'm glad you bring it up, but in my mindset, I don't see it as tier zero because of where it was in the whole development of everything. I think it's more on the side of proof of making a game. So we got to get it in because we have these large points of interest now because of the dual precision mode and going to planets and everything. Now we want to go really elaborate with these landing zones, and so elevators were a part of that. Look at the space in here. These huge, massive, scaled up places. So it was before that narrative for Chris. So, but still, nonetheless, like you say, they have these systems. They have all these things that they need to do, and keep people interested. And it's kind of like saying the show must go on, and they realized it, right? But is that how bad is it? So it was kind of like bandaged or triaged. But then it's like at some point this is going to catch us. And I think it was way back in 2018 when they did the video, and I brought this up before, Sandy and Chris checking in video. And he initially said years ago, 2018, about 6 years ago, he said, my daughter plays Star Citizen, his youngest daughter. And she said, "Dad, you need to be ashamed of yourself." 07 Scuba Steve, 07 Rizzy. We could. Okay, Fenrir. So he basically said, she laid him out. "Dad, you need to be ashamed of yourself. You got the people T-posing, the NPCs." And he basically explained to her, as he was recalling that, he was telling us. He said years ago, the tram system, the I'm about to say ATC. It needs to be on a dedicated game server. Everything on like transit systems, air traffic control systems had to be rewritten. all of the, as well as NPCs, they all need to be on a dedicated game server. And this was 6 years ago.
Yeah, yeah.
So he already knew it was things were starting to catch up to him and what they were trying to do. But what they were doing, it was letting it go to a point where, well, this is gonna bite us in the ass eventually. And so it went on for a bit. Yeah, it went on for a bit.
No, I agree with you. They're in between a rock and a hard place. I think you're right. I think they knew these issues exist. They just were crossing their fingers and hoping that they could delay it. And I think the community understands that, but then the missing component is communications. Like, they're just afraid. And I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, rightfully so. In the past, they've gotten creamed because the community crashed out when they said, "Well, sorry," or "Hey, we thought this development was further ahead than we thought, and so it isn't." But I feel the community, at least a bigger portion of it, is ready to hear, "Hey, guys, we got you. We know we're still working with the transit system, and we know that there's an issue with the elevators."
Yeah.
It's just if you can't do anything, which they can't until the transit system's in.
Right.
The only thing they can do is communicate, but they don't seem to be doing that. So.
Yeah, heads are down, and I'm not giving him a pass. I'm not making an excuse, but I'm saying if there's no answer to it, they're not going to make anything up. But at the same time, the person who's actually digging and pulling the spaghetti, unraveling the spaghetti, they're going to leave him alone. They're going to let him be. But they did throw it back to, hey, Benoit's looking at it. And there's a number of people, which when they did explain it, I think the recent thing that Jared said, they've been working on this for months. And
which is good.
Yeah, that was good.
Good.
And we finally we finally got a word on that, and to our, I don't think it was a surprise. I think the surprise was, hey, we were exactly right.
Yep.
But
I think the community a big part of the community felt rubbed the wrong way because the wording that Jared used was because the way it came across was,
I remember,
oh my, because of resource drive, we found all these new bugs in the elevators, and a lot of the people.
You brought up the point. Hey, dude, we were on Reddit months ago, if not a long time ago. You didn't discover nothing, man. You didn't. You better stop playing around like that. You get your ass on Reddit or Issue Council. It's all there. So you didn't discover nothing. That's basically what you were saying in chat the other day. And I agree.
Yeah.
That's exactly. I was listening to you, or I was reading what you were saying. And it's like, dude, you didn't discover shit, man. Stop the bullshit, man. You saw.
Look,
the Issue Council was telling you.
Issue Council doesn't work. Look, the amount of devs that show up in Salty Mike stream while he's playing, and he's complaining about elevators in real time.
Yeah.
I just don't understand the hesitation to have people like Salty Mike and people who play the game for hours a day, every single day, have them sign an NDA and run things by them and ask them questions like, "Hey, the community blew up on elevators.
You know what?
Really an issue."
Sometimes he probably got on their nerves so much that they were hoping he catch a stroke on stream, and so he could shut the F up. I don't know, man.
But you see what I'm saying? I get it. Don't trust the community. That's fine. I get it. It's hard because everyone's gonna have their own opinions. But you have ambassadors out there like these streamers, like yourself, even like just people who regularly stream. Like they should just, in my opinion, get the top 20 people who stream the most Star Citizen, make them sign an NDA if they want to participate, and really run things by them. Like when they're unsure, is the community just crashing out for no reason? And they ask these people, and the majority of them say, "Yeah, they are. Don't worry about it." Then cool, ignore it. But if they say no, this is kind of legitimate because we can't play this game loop or this game loop or
Mm-hmm.
this game loop. All the cargo people have stopped cargoing.
Mm-hmm.
All the contested zone people have stopped contested zoning.
Mm-hmm.
Like people don't even really care to get their ships out anymore. It's like, why is that happening? It's the elevator. You see what I'm saying? Like they need another layer,
Yeah,
basically.
there's too much noise right now with between.
Mhm.
I don't know why I'm saying Reddit, but there's too much frequency with issue council to the point where that could be part of it. There's a potentially a lot of frequency, right? But I think this is the thing. It lets you know that it is all about Squadron 42. It totally is all about Squadron 42. It will always be a
Absolutely.
thorn in your side, all of our sides, whatever the case however you want to spin it to say it gets on my damn nerves or we're not going to get any love until Squadron 42 is released. And I think Chris is adamant about we need to finish something, right?
Yeah.
You got to
definitely.
choose Star Citizen. As long as we support it, there's not going to be a finish, right? Because
Yep.
it's an ever evolving thing. So if it sounds like Chris is saying, well, hell, man, Star Citizen can wait, but we're going to give you a bone here or there. But Squadron 42, we got to get it out of the door. We got to get it. And here's the thing.
Mhm.
Here's the main thing about it. The investors say you better get it done, and but damn it, he's gonna get it done. He's got 42 million. He's got 40 something million invested by an investment group that says get it done. He's gonna get it done, and that's the bottom line. They're not gonna worry about too much about the PU. Now they are concerned because now elevators are so bad that it undermines everything that they're trying to do just to keep people in the game. And if you don't keep people in the game, you're not making revenue. So
Yep.
it's a slippery slope. But you're not going to get him off that focus that is Squadron 42. None of us is, and he shouldn't. I don't think he should, because what's going on is he's got investors saying 42 million, get Squadron 42 out the door. Period. That's the drive.
Well, yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I just, and this is why I don't think the community, at least I'm definitely not asking them to fix everything.
Right.
But they need to keep their ear down and ask trusted sources in the community that it is really game breaking in the PU, because if it is, then we do need to put more resources. Or like resource drive, I can't tell you how many streamers I've seen that have basically just
broken.
given up and have stopped.
Oh, it's broken. I mean, there was
Yeah.
some things like we started figuring out with the mission, like you had to cool the pipes, but the pipes were broken. And said, oh, wait a minute, there's a fabricator that was creating a little salvage repair tool, and it's like, oh, you got to put the compound on the and in the midst of it, there were some cartridges were empty. So I was like, oh, they psyched us out, right? They gaslighted us with the empty ones. But then the things that were broken, we were trying to jump the ledge, and that was broken. They acknowledged that. But again, it's still, it was just enough to get us in there, right? Just enough to pique our interest. Because they threw in some elements that we wanted to see, like the creatures and these more creepy environments. So we wanted to see that. We wanted to see the rain. So they were smart enough to throw in some things that was gonna visually to pique our interest. But now they understand that what they're doing, what drives it, is that they're looking at the people of getting in. Or are they, well, like Jared said, they're getting in the game, but are they staying in the game?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah, he spoke a half truth. That they're in the game, right? But for how long? When they know that stuff is broken, they're getting out of there. And then you see all these dead ships around. I'm out there salvaging dead ships. Why am I running into a bunch of dead ships? Because people got in and they got the hell out.
Yeah, I mean, and you're 100% correct. They're basically in a no-win situation because on one hand, if they put resources towards fixing like the very game-breaking transit system, and then they keep the same types of missions revolving, people are going to lose interest. So then they
Right.
add new stuff that piques our interest, but then that's broken,
Right.
and so they're getting into this cadence where every new mission, it seems like, that's coming out
Yeah.
is getting a very high spike for a couple of days and
Yep.
then nothing because it's broken. And
Yeah.
yeah, they're
And
in
then
a
you see a
bad
ship.
situation.
Then you see the ship that
Yep.
comes out, right?
Yep. Well,
With,
that's what I was like, with the L-21 Wolf.
yeah.
My big thing was, shouldn't some core things about ships be universal to all ships, like how they act in a hangar, how they rest on the ground,
Say again.
the cockpit. So for the ships, my idea was that should not all ships, by this point, share commonalities of how ships, the code of how ships rest on the ground or on an elevator, or how the cockpit accommodates the player.
Mm-hmm.
In my mind, that should all be reusable code that's the same for every single ship.
Yeah.
Because this patch got delayed because apparently
Because of
the
ship.
Wolf was despawning players from the cockpit, was not resting on the ground properly, it wasn't being stowed properly in hangars. And that was my point when I was talking
Yeah.
about that. So, yeah.
And we talked. I think we talked about that too, similar to that.
Mhm.
And I think I'm almost using the same answer to that, and I think this may be the case. They alluded to the point of Kruger. They're not really a manufacturer. They really don't have the established style guide, the style guide or the library. And like we were saying, that they're going in it with the mindset of it's physically a brand new a manufacturer brand. So maybe there's an intern that says, hey, I get to make a ship. I get to, they're saying, hey, prove yourself or whatever the case here. You have your own brand. Go ahead and create it because now you're part of the ship team. So prove your mettle, And so they overlooked it. They might have overlooked that aspect of what you're talking about because it makes sense. But let's say that is the case, Shimpasta, that they didn't, if they did go that route, maybe it wouldn't be doing that. But let's just say they went the route of we're actually building, in respect of the brand, respect of ship making, respect of Kruger being a new entry. We're going to build it from the ground up. And at the same time, we get to see the developer, the new developer or developers or the ships test their mettle. It's a thing of pride. So handcrafting, they're developing. And so they went in with, this is brand new. It's not acting like the other ones that's already established. Now, hindsight 2020, it could definitely have gone your way of, hey, just grab Orison stuff, manipulate it, buff it out, change the aesthetics, and you still have a working and functional backdrop or a database that's proven that works. But I think they went in like, hey, we're building it from the ground up brand new. Hence why it did what it did.
And that's fine. So, and look, I even am like, okay, cool. Each origin, each manufacturer has their base class that has these base physics in it. But we have the Archimedes that has none of these issues.
Right.
So I would have thought they would have used the base class for the Archimedes when it comes to how the weight information and the physics information.
Right.
And built on top of that. So then that means that even though the ship is built from the ground up, looking completely different, the fact that they use the same code about how the landing gear touches the ground and how a pilot is in the seat, that if it happens in the Wolf, then it should happen in the Archimedes as well. You know what I mean?
It's funny that you say the weight, and immediately there's it's been compromised. All the ship's integrity has been compromised based on when you said weight. you know that's handcrafted and it's inaccurate because they are going to implement Maelstrom, and Maelstrom is going to distribute the weight the way it's supposed to be weighted on all these ships. It's automated. It's a they say it's a proven formula where they're doing it by hand and it's inaccurate.
And you could be right that the Archimedes, or not the Archimedes, the Wolf is a complete rewrite to accommodate Maelstrom, which is why all the problems cropped up. So that hopefully that's the case. I'd rather have that if that makes sense, and then build every ship on top of that for Kruger at least, and then do that same thing for Origin and RSI. So yeah.
Yeah, I think from what I'm understanding or what they were saying was that when Maelstrom goes online, it takes over everything. It can actually give you accurate metrics on maybe, and this is where I'm thinking that we may be introduced to true repair, because they're saying they're taking into account metals and all those weights, and if you utilize these different metals, then your weight distribution will change. So I'm wondering, they're alluding to that, hey, when you use different compounds to make your hull, Maelstrom will take over and calculate everything accurately. So that's what they claim. That's what they said, why it's so important. Now, when it comes to how it will be implemented, I don't know. But when you said weight distribution, they've admitted that, yeah, those numbers are skewed because they have to do it by hand.
Yeah, which is definitely fine. But I think this is where communication comes in. Like, if it would be cool if they came out and said, "Hey, the Wolf is completely built from the ground up to support Maelstrom, and so we may have more issues with it than all the other ships."
Right.
And I think hearing that would have made people be like, "Oh, okay, cool. Okay, we know what to expect now." I guess that's just it. CIG needs to set expectations properly. So as opposed to throwing something out there and then be like, "Oh wow, this thing has bugs. We never knew that." I mean, thanks for playing with this brand new feature and telling us it has bugs.
Right.
Because it's a little gaslighty, you know what I mean? So.
Well, yeah, that didn't go off well to know they were about to go into live and that ship held it up. And because people paid, people paid money and then they're expecting to jump into the game with that ship. You know, it's a flight ready. But then again, you know, the plus side of it, it was a flight ready ship, you know, which they really don't do. So it probably took a lot to get that thing to the point that it was flyable. So a lot of things could have been rushed, you know. It could have been. Yeah. That's not their usual method of operation. They go in, they do these different procedures, and then they'll tell you it's coming out, and then it leads up to that. This was an immediate, hey, Kruger Wolf, boom, here you go, flight ready.
Yep.
And the thing was, it didn't come out the way it didn't come out on time, because it literally, the ship held up the actual patch, which was very unique, a unique situation. But the last time I remembered them having a concept ship that was flight ready was back in 2018 with the Valkyrie. It might have been another ship or two, but yeah, that was the one that sticks out that says, "Hey, man, that's a brand new ship and it's flight ready," and people were just blown away.
Yeah. No, I think it's definitely cool. On another positive, are you a subscriber for any of the tiers?
Yes. I'm at the lowest tier of it. I'm the lowest tier of it.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Have you noticed, and this is a positive, that sometime this year, whenever they gave out rewards, they flipped from giving out like one of the rewards for level 1, both the rewards for level 2, and then you could buy a third variant of that item, to now just having one reward for level 1, two rewards for level 2, and you can buy a combo pack.
Oh
Did you
wow,
notice that?
I did not.
Yep.
Holy smokes!
They switched it like sometime this year. I really
Hmm.
don't know when.
Well, I remember they did announce to say, "Hey, we're going to do things differently to show our appreciation to subscribers." I remember
Yeah,
that.
which I guess maybe it was then because I always was annoyed that
Hmm.
like that big dice that they had, for example.
Yeah.
Like there were three versions of the dice, and you got one version if you're level 1, you got the level 1 version and a level 2 version if you're a level 2 subscriber,
Hmm.
and then the third one you had to buy. And then
Oh
they had a
wow.
knife that did the same thing, and a gun that did the same thing. So yeah, I'm glad that they changed it because it just felt like nickel and diming us, like
Yeah. Yeah.
they're
And
generating
they don't have
FOMO and
to.
saying, well, you get these two, but you have to buy this third one, and they stopped doing that, thank God. So
I think when you say nickel and dime, it's like a thing. It's like it sounds like they're coming from a place of desperation when it should be more of a thing of, look, CIG, we got your back. Take your time. Give us,
hmm
present us with something of quality, not something that's going to have us do a double take and say, what is this? Something that
yes,
is useful in game. And I think, I don't know, man. It's a creativity thing. But yeah, I think the way it should go is give us something that's of use. Maybe a container that holds stuff. 1 week, one month, it's a small one, and it goes up to the big, massive 32 size SU container. Right? We're gonna do a container
yep,
blitz. For your and just say for the next 5 months we're gonna do a container blitz. Why not change it up? You don't have to be super. Oh, I'm going to surprise you, and then it's underwhelming. In other words, so like something like
yeah,
a SCU or the lower tier backer, he gets the 8, the other one person get the 16, and then at the end of the day, you have those different scales. So the higher tier will get those two variants of the larger sizes, and the person who's the lower tier who subscribes get those two lower sizes, and so it equals out. But then you double back and say, hey, you can still purchase them or whatever. But I don't know,
mhm.
things like that, and especially with base
Yeah.
building. Yeah.
Well, and I agree. I think we talked about this before. It's just they just need to get away from this whole surprising us thing now. There's nothing really they can surprise us with
Yeah.
because
No. No.
people are too fed up with like the game not fully working. So,
Yeah. 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 I think there's something to be said about taking the kid gloves off, and it's
mhm.
another thing about. And I said this. Let's like Jared said, address the elephant in the room. Let's understand that all the code that's going to be introduced to us,
Mhm.
always having your mindset: is it a workaround bug or is it a game breaking bug? It's going to be one or the other, right?
Yep. Yeah.
And so, because of the bandwidth, because of imminent Squadron 42 release, CIG has to look at it as, hey, is this something easy for us to fix? Then they should assess it and figure it out and get it done. But if it's a game breaking situation, all hands on deck. But I think
Yep.
with that said, let's take the kid gloves off and let's really project to push towards getting the Star Engine in the game and complete it, so that when we
Mhm.
introduce features like missions and things like that, it holds up a little better. So,
Yes.
like dynamic server meshing is much, much, much needed. The Planetary
Yeah.
Tech 5 is needed because you have efficiencies and optimizations in that Planetary 4 will never have.
Correct. Yep.
Pushing Vulcan. That was another thing. We were expecting Vulcan. So I
Yep.
think the narrative or the priority should be getting the core things in server error, getting the core things into the game, and then work on the little itty bitty things like the onesies and twosies of, okay, this is a problem with this, but game breaking things, all hands on deck. Find the solution, or do a parallel development of recreating it or rebuilding it and removing and stripping out that system that does not work. If you're going to take months, man, I really hope that the solution would be, hey, it's truly fixed, as opposed to months in, it goes into years, and then you introduce this thing, and then it's like it's doing the same freaking thing, and it's like, holy smokes, man, where are we now? Then it's like a dog is trying to chase his tail.
Yes. Well, this is why the whole T0 thing they were talking about at the beginning, I really do think that they should just say, hey guys, we're going to have base building tier 0.
Right.
We're going to make it to where everyone can have a base. It will get wiped, but we really need to start testing out persistence.
Yeah, for testing purposes, yeah. But
because that's what I'm afraid of. Like, no one decorates our hangars because it's just so unreliable. Like, you're going to lose stuff.
Right. They're still cautious by putting in the work, and then it's white because it doesn't work. But
correct. And no one I know of or I've seen now even cares about, like putting all this stuff around their hangars, their home hangar. And it's like CIG. Maybe this is, if you're serious about base building, then
start testing it.
I mean, this is my take is par it down to one module, and at the same time make the hangar persistence rock solid, because that will be used for the one module that you can build out in the verse wherever, and so you can start testing that.
Well,
like
see, what you're saying, this is procedures, right? It comes down to procedures, and it's the approach. In other words, this is part of the core problem. They've shown us each and every time 100% that they'll work in the studio on something, and when it passes from the studio onto PTU, it doesn't matter, PTU live, once it passes from the studio and goes on the network, that's where the rubber meets the road. That's where it is the driver for success or failure. So it seems like, for me, the insanity, the insanity narrative that they got to get away from is holding things for too long inside a studio and vetting it and saying to Chris, we're ready, go, no go, go. And it's like, no go, because the moment it leaves the studio and it gets over to us, you come in the question of like, what are you doing, right? And it's what they have to do is change that process of insanity and say, okay, you get the concept down, you have 3 tiers that you work from, or you should have a true tech preview, a real tech preview on the level of Evocati, where you just put it out there, everybody access it, get it over with, get through the pains of fixing it on tech preview. When it's ready, slide it over to the live. Period. Because you're not developing until you hit it, until it hits client side. It's not development. It's concept in studio, and it will remain concept in studio. But when you bring it over to live or the tech preview, that's when the true development will start, because now you're looking at, hey, this little baby I made is so ugly right now. It's not as cute as I thought it was.
Agree. Yep. Dude, you're 1,000% correct. I think that they need to get it, like just exactly what you said.
It's
like,
procedural.
It makes them look incompetent.
And they're not.
They're not confident. They're not. No,
they're not incompetent. They're level. I think they're borderline geniuses, and some of them are smarter than Chris.
Oh, absolutely.
And it's just
perception is reality these days.
Procedural. Well, you got people just bad mouthing it and just coming off the side of the necks about, oh man, it's when they're not even. No, that's a hot seat, man. I could not sit in that seat for 30 minutes. That seat is hot. But what I'm saying, it's a procedural issue right now. And right now, that is
Yep.
not working. Now they're getting, and I've seen levels of this before. Recently, I've seen levels of this. It gets to a point where they put the point man out there and say, "Hey, yeah, this isn't. Yeah, we were telling you that." You know, people will jump and say, "Yeah, we were telling you that." But then it gets to a point of, what do we do next? There's going to be levels to this, and so they got to come up with a procedural, standardized process that's going to say, we know this is going to happen, but damn it, we're going to do it, because the moment we do it, then and only then can we understand what the problem is.
And dude, I think if they explained it that way, everyone would understand. I think if they came out and said, "Hey guys, we know that the stuff we do in, like, the stuff that we're developing breaks every single time it hits critical mass out in the PU, and so we're changing our process and
Yeah,
do exactly what you said.
yeah,
Have technical preview, set the stage that when we say a new patch is coming out in technical preview, it's going to be broken at a lot. We're
yeah,
going to have calls for people to get into the game to test it, like Evo Cuddy,
yes,
and yeah, just keep doing that and iterating that. But you're 100% correct. They seem to like they're in that trap of, oh my god, okay, we perfected it inside of the walls, but then when they put it out, it all breaks,
what
makes them look
happened?
dumb even though they aren't.
Right, but then
Um,
they're scrambling. I don't understand this. That it comes down to that. I don't understand this. Why is it doing that? But here's
right.
the other thing, Shimpasta. I would say I wouldn't really. I would. Yeah, it's okay to say, hey, get in the game and hammer at this and go after this. But you know what? Let's be real. People are only going to get in if they know that there's something new and shiny. And that's the incentive. In other words, you can't tell or ask someone to, hey, go and test this. They're like, hell no, man, I'm not doing. Why? But if you say to them, hey, there's base building, get into base building, then
Exactly.
you will always get more people, or you will attract more people when you actually feed the what's in it for me narrative. Because that's people's mindset, what's in it for me. Oh, what's in it
Yeah,
for you to
absolutely.
go into the game? Oh, we're gonna do crafting. You can build your own base now, the extra small or the miniaturized base. Build that. Okay, I'm getting into the
Well,
game. Let me see that. I want to see that.
and to be honest, they started doing that a little bit with these feature missions, where they were like, "Hey, we need to thoroughly test this, so it'll be in PTU, and every single streamer and anyone who has access to the PTU is in there playing these missions."
Right?
So they kind of already had that.
Yeah.
So it's just linking the two together. And,
Yeah.
but yeah, I think you're right. Like, for example, a resource drive. If they had just come out and said, "Hey, look, we've been working on this code. It seems to work internally. We're going to put in a tech preview with the next mission called Resource Drive.
Yeah.
It's going to be open to everyone. Please get in there. Let's hammer it."
Yeah.
I guarantee you they would have been able to find all of the 40, 50 issues that they seem to have found all within like a day, literally.
Yeah.
And that would have prevented people from burning out. That would have prevented all of the stuff that happened with Resource Drive. Of why are they not listening to us? Are they blind? And then you have like literally streamers who have devs in their stream, watching
Yeah.
the streamer struggle with every single elevator at every single post and abandoning the mission.
But that's
and
a
there's no
big company.
communication or acknowledgement of that.
It's a big company now. And then someone will say, I don't know who's in that department, or I don't know who's working on what. Honestly, I can believe that. If you're in a silo, there's companies that you're in silos, man, and you don't know who does what. You know you work for the same company. You might see that person name _CIG, but they're like, what does he do? Let me look him up. Wait a minute,
Well,
where does he work?
And you're right, but this is why they're like Xylo needs someone below him who their job is to make a list of
It's
the most
Jared.
trusted streamers.
It's Jared. Jared knows just
What?
his process or what he does. It is predicated on knowing people, connecting
yeah.
and bridging all that. But he doesn't have the bandwidth. He's burning out.
Well, oh, I get it, but that's why they need to just keep adding layers to the community team, or not even layers, but just like, hey, Jared, we're gonna build a team
07
around
05.
you
Yep.
that'll help get this information to the right people.
Yep. Yep.
So,
07
or
05.
they need to have a simple process where if a dev is in someone's stream and the person's struggling with a specific thing, there should be an internal like form that they can fill out saying, I was in this person's stream with
Okay.
this mission, they were having these issues,
Right.
and have someone compile it, like, and look at all the compilation of it and say, oh my God, like these 14 devs were in 51 different streamers' streams, and
Yep.
resource drive was a mess.
Yeah.
Like, they
Yeah.
need to start doing that at least at a minimum.
Right. But here's the other mindset too, Shimpasa. What about the mindset of, oh, it'll get fixed, right? They're working on it,
By,
or I trust that
by the
they'll fix
community
it
or by,
internally.
like,
The devs.
well, then voice it, like, my thing is cool. The transit system, they need to give us, it comes back to normal communications. If nothing has changed, you still tell your customer an update.
Yeah.
Like, it's the number one rule of PR management that I have learned. Is
Mhm.
when you're in a crisis, like a server is down for your client,
Yeah.
they don't want to not hear from you for 3 days while you're working on the server. They rather hear every single day, hey, we're still working on it.
Yeah.
We've gotten this far.
Yeah, that's
we
hard.
don't have any more updates, but we're
That's
still on it.
tough. Yeah, that's tough. And like Wander 04 said, that generation isn't built for that. That's a generational thing, but it is also a customer service thing. It's a lack of both.
Mhm.
They're not geared for that. That's a generational thing. And
Well, they
but
better gear up.
here's the
Yeah.
thing. But here's the thing. That's where leadership comes in.
Yeah.
That's where they take the helm and say, okay, this is where we are, as opposed to
Yep.
you got Jarrett chiming in about it, but it's kind of like even he notice how even he said he's got to get Benoit involved, right? Because you have someone who has an explanation for it, right? That can say, okay, this is what's going on, this is why. As opposed to, yeah, I acknowledge this, but at the same time, it's like, why is it happening? Right?
Yeah.
There's not
And the
that.
great thing is, every time Benoit talks, the community settles down.
Well, he knows what he's doing, man. You
And
know
that's
my
why
ship
they
is
should bring
stuck.
him on more, like do a monthly thing with him. It's part of his executive duties at this point.
I don't know, man. He's got too many irons in the fire. I think with what he's doing and how he's directing things, I don't think he has the bandwidth to do something monthly like that. I honestly don't.
Look, it may not be him, but they need to. Again, I mean, then there needs to be some monthly thing that he gives Jared of an update on the most 3 things that everyone is talking about.
Right.
Like, he can at least do that. Like, yeah, I get he's busy, but part
Well-
of being an executive team member is the C-suite. Most of their job isn't actually doing work, and I'm sure you already know this. Their job is PR. Everyone in the
Yeah.
C-suite.
Yeah. Yeah, he's kind of
And
he's
I
wearing
know-
a lot of hats. He's kind of like that. But he did say that Benoit Beausejour will be on presumably this Friday because it's going to be an
That's what I
ISC coming
think.
up.
Yeah. Which is great. I mean, look, even once a quarter, right? But like, just the whole no communication thing is going to erode Gen Z, because Gen Z starts not trusting companies that don't communicate like properly, or like
Well, they don't
with-
communicate.
Sorry.
I said they don't really communicate, so it's an echo chamber of the same narrative.
Yeah, they don't
No
either.
one's
but,
communicating.
I mean,
yeah.
yeah, but
that's-
the thing is like, yeah, the old generation's like, hey, we just be patient, just be patient. Look,
Right.
all the old generation's old now, and if you're trying to cater this game to newer, younger people, they will lose interest very quickly.
Oh yeah,
And
that's yeah, and that's what's happening because you
yep,
have what you go to Pyro, you see all these dead ships out there, right? And you're saying
yep,
on one side of it, say, hey man, that's a lot to mine out here, but then you say, wait a minute, why are these ships just sitting out here? Because they like that's it. They turned the computer off and left it, and they
yep,
understand that they have to make sure things are working and they stay working. But I think this is
correct.
good that they're looking at the major problem. But again, they said they needed to put it on a dedicated game server years ago. Has that changed or not? I don't need to be sticking to something that was said 6 years ago and thinking that is the norm. Like you said,
Correct.
it doesn't have to be a shorter cadence, but every now and then, if you find a milestone, sometimes it's like, I'm not going to say anything until I have something, right? So you're not going to hear it from me. But I'm not going to let it go so long where you're speculating or you're using legacy information to say that this is where we are, especially when it's changed. And that's the thing.
Yep.
They mentioned that the NPCs, the tram system or the travel system, ATC, it all needs to be on the dedicated game server. Not once did I hear Jared say they're going to do that, right? But
Correct. Yep.
has it changed? They need to reiterate to say, currently this is the state and this is what's going on.
Exactly. It's all communication. That's all the community
Yeah,
wants.
exactly. Especially
I mean,
with
same thing
something
with
that's
base.
broken, huh?
Oh, yeah. Especially when it's so core. Though I think what
Core.
irritated everyone, including myself,
Mm-hmm.
was the transit system is core gameplay. They finally admitted that like it's so old they have to rewrite it, and then they went silent for a whole year. You can't do that for a core gameplay mechanic.
Oh my
I'm
God.
sorry.
Oh my God. You know
Right?
what?
You see my point here? Like,
Yeah. You know what? I said this a long time ago, and it just hit me. I said, even on stream, I said to them, right now with the issues with the tram and the elevator systems, I said a lot of, to alleviate a lot of those issues would be go ahead and set us up with not particularly base building or bases, right? The quick turnaround would be this. And I think they jumped me on this, but it's still almost the same thing. I said they need to get those interiors done like in those landing zones where we actually have an apartment in the game or a rooftop where we can leave the point of entry, the landing zone, right? Apartment in area 18. But so what they did, which was, I think it jumped past my concept, they start instancing us in these hangars to alleviate the pressure and the draw calls on those elevators. So it wasn't a fix, it was a workaround. But I said this years ago, not years, but you can go back and look at the streams. I said that would alleviate the bottlenecks of all those draw calls of people spawning in those one locations. And that's all they got to do, build out the interiors for these landing zones. It would be a beautiful solution for until they can get the tram systems working. That way you don't have to use them as much. But the thing about it, they would start to work because they're not getting hit hard. And imagine what's going to happen when we go to dynamic server meshing and you have these higher player counts. So that's why I say they have to, not so much work on one thing. They have to diversify solutions as well. It's a thing of get those damn interiors done right now, allow people to spawn from them, continue to work on the tram system, and also allow people to instance from the hangar if they choose. Just like back in the day, you had the social module that was Area 18. You go to your hangar or you go to your social module. And that could be your hangar or your apartment, wherever your landing zone is or Lurville. The dirty, scummy apartment in Lurville, or you can be in Orison. And then what you would do, you throw in the space whales, and people are just spawning there just to look at them. It's multiple solutions to this.
Yeah, and then they can help with base build. I mean, this is why I really do feel they need to get tier -1 of base building out, where everyone can make one little module somewhere in either Stanton or Pyro that they can spawn from. And
Exactly.
now they're testing out concurrency. They're alleviating the
Draw
ports.
calls. Yes.
You know, and exactly what you said. Once they're ready to test it again, I think it's perfectly fine to put a build in the tech preview and say, "Hey guys, we need people to test the changes we've made. So we don't want you to spawn in your base. Please spawn at this station and let's test it out."
But here's the thing, Shampasa, I totally agree. But
Mhm.
why have us everyone look at your issue, right? And then then you have the negative responses like, man, they need to hurry up. Man, there's no why are they da 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 when you can do these other things and say when you do come up with the solution, hey man, it's cool. You know, it's
Mhm.
you're received with, hey man, I appreciate what you did with the apartments, the interiors, the landing zones, and also the option of instancing us from the apartment or interiors to your hangar when you want to do a little work, right, for your ship.
Yeah.
We
Yep, yep.
and so when you say you have the solution to the elevator, people say, "Hey man, I'm not sweating that. It's not an issue." And matter of fact, because you're taking the draw calls of those away from all those the systems being hammered by concurrency of players hitting it, you're so when something's addressed, it also takes down that frequency from the issue council. So when and that's the issue because you're not providing multiple solutions or workarounds. So you're buffeted. They're buffeted by all these issues of the same thing, and then they don't want to hear it. And it's like,
Correct.
dude, you can come up with multiple workarounds that are potentially your solution. They even said to themselves that dynamic server meshing isn't the silver bullet, but combinations of things like instancing and missions and the economy will have you pulled into different directions. And again, the thing is you have to have a footprint. You have to have multiple systems in order for people to be spread out. So they have the concept, but what it is, they're so far in the rabbit hole, they don't see these things. They're blinded because of their process intensity. And it's killing their creativity and their means of finding solutions because they're so overwhelmed, not so much of the work but the intensity of what they need to do and the pressures of things not working right and the pressure of you got to hurry up and do it right. And then you have the saltiness is like, yeah, it's piling on salt on top of that. It's easy to do that, and that's even
Yeah, I
more
think you're 100%
pressure.
correct.
Say
Yeah.
again.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're 100% correct. I think they are working on temporary fixes and band-aids, and then, oh, the band-aid has a issue, so let's
Yeah,
put another fix on top of that. I
pressure.
think you're right. I think you're onto something. Yeah. I think base building is, like you said, base building could do a reset in the sense of they're writing base building now, which is
Right,
after server meshing. So there
right,
should be no legacy code for base building, is what I'm trying to say.
right.
Um, so do it really right to the point where they're like, okay, this is good enough. Let's put in a tech preview and
Mm-hmm.
see what happens because we know concurrency is always an issue.
Yeah,
They put in tech preview, everyone hits it because it's base building, even if only they can build like one module.
right.
Everyone hit the tech preview. They basically shore up base building with that one module to the point where it's like, oh, it can handle the concurrency,
Right.
and then put that on the PU and basically make that little cart like almost free,
Mm-hmm.
like to where everyone can build a base throughout the verse,
Yeah.
or maybe just Stanton, um, and or maybe just on Microtech,
Yeah.
in fact. But anyways, they do that. It alleviates the problems. They can scrap all of the transit system code or whatever, and
Scrap
the
it
next
out.
tech preview,
Yeah.
yeah, or whatever the new transit system stuff, they put that in in the tech preview now,
Yeah.
and just build up on that. So yeah, I think you hit on
So
a on a way that they can navigate out of
Yeah,
this.
yeah, and to your point, very detailed to what you're saying. And if I was to sum it up based on what you're saying, they have to, going forward from here on out, they have to create contingency plans, contingency, options, because that's essentially what Star Citizen is about, options. Unlike a lot of other games, and that's their strength. That's really their strength. They have to play to their strengths so they can cover their weaknesses. So, in other
Yes.
words, everyone's sitting there saying, I'm waiting on the hangars. You need to have a contingency. You should be able to say, hey, we're about to open this year, end of this year, we're going to open up Area 18. Matter of fact, we're going to open up 2 systems by the end of this year. And the next year, the other 2 systems will open up. So this year, we're going to open up Area 18 and Microtech. You'll be able to have an apartment in both, right?
Yep.
And the year after that, you're going to have Lorville and Microtech, as an example. But all while, at the same time, people say, okay, I get my own apartment. Oh, yeah, and you get the space whales. You get to see the space whales over at Orson or whatever the case. And then all of a sudden, hey, there's a Yeti walking around. I can see him from my apartment window. Man, oh, man, he's killing somebody. I'm just saying, you have these contingency plans where they're not even thinking about what you're working on. And what happens, it takes pressure off of the developer who's under a microscope by Chris Roberts saying, how long is this going to take? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? It's like, God, man, they can take their time.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. And because this is new code, hopefully, they can start letting us furnish the apartments. And now they're also testing, not concurrency, persistence in the bases, aka apartments.
Yep.
So when they do get base building out to where we can build anywhere on the planet,
Interiors. Yep. You're right.
the interiors, it's all sorted. And like
it's
you
already
said, it
set.
alleviates. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's a great idea. I hope someone listens to this.
Yeah, the word of the day, CIG, is contingency plan.
Yeah.
Not just go heads down on one solution and everyone's got you under a microscope. Contingency. It will always work for you. Trust me. It will work for you. It would do wonders for you.
Well, I think also if they just came out and said, "Hey guys, the base building is 100% post-server meshing code, so it's all gonna be like new code."
Yep.
I think that would make people feel better as
Disclaimer.
well. And
A disclaimer.
yes, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just like the transit system, they acknowledge that that's so old that the people who wrote it don't even work there anymore.
Exactly.
Like it's just small bits of this type of information. Because right now, you've heard this a lot, and then whenever I kind of get irate, I start spamming this in chat.
Yeah, you just
But it's
harass
spaghetti
me.
code. Everything's spaghetti code.
Give me in Discord. I'm gonna cuss them out.
Pretty much. No, I don't get into Discord just to, I figure it's someone to talk to. So, but it's like right now the common commonality right now, or the sentiment I feel, or I'm drawn.
You want it to work.
Feeling, I guess.
You want everything to work.
Yeah, we want.
Why? What's wrong with
Yeah,
that?
but
There's nothing wrong with that. That's good. That's a
Well,
good
not just
thing.
that, but the problem is every step of the way now, every new thing, it's like, oh, spaghetti code. Oh, they're
Yeah,
incompetent.
yeah.
Oh, they're
But it's
spaghetti
only
code. Oh,
one
they're
specific
incompetent.
thing at a time, and it shouldn't be that. It should be. They should be able with the footprint that they have. They should be multitasking, variations and similarities of what that narrative is. In other words, base building. That's one aspect, but yet we're opening up penthouse apartments with beautiful views and vistas. And
Yep.
people are saying, what to do, right? And if one thing isn't working, they can go to the other to say, at least I have this.
Correct.
That
And
frequency
it's all
isn't
built
as
on new
intense.
code.
Exactly. The frequency isn't as intense. And like say with the penthouses and the apartments, You're not spawning one location. You're spawning a specific location. So the draw call on that is not where you have to wait in line, and the servers are like, what do I do? What do I do? I'm overloaded. What do I do? They're
Yeah.
getting hammered.
And ironically, that will help out dynamic server meshing because
Right.
if there are more people in that building, then they can make it its own server and start
Mm-hmm.
testing that code out or that,
Yeah.
all of that functionality.
And people are less apt to crash into their own penthouse and to destroy their own crap.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like, unless they got issues.
But the other thing you do bring up that's like very interesting is it brings people into the game because they want to go see the penthouse and the view and the
Yes.
the woolly mammoth walking across.
Yep. Yep.
And guess what? That could be the intermediary step to us building our own base somewhere on planet,
Yes.
which then that'll bring in everyone else again to test that out because they're excited that they have finally a piece
Right.
of
But-
like something they built now, not just something they were given or whatever.
And I think this is the part that I'm going to add that is going to really catch their attention. It also opens up a plethora of things that marketing can push to us that we'll say, I'll take 6 of those, give me 4 of those. A sofa, a proper furniture, a plant that goes in the freaking apartment, right?
Yeah.
Something you can utilize, maybe a food fabricator,
Yeah.
Your own medicinal creator, you create your own pharmaceuticals. All of a sudden say, hey, we're gonna end of the year, we're ready to put the Endeavor out there now because you're simulating the things that the Endeavor could do. But again, the marketing team can utilize apartments and decorating curtains, fish, pets. Even though you say, okay, they only roam around your apartment, people won't care that my dog or my alien pet will come greet me and I can hang out with my pet. Or I'm gonna bring my friends over and else. You can sell that now, marketing. It's easy. People will eat it
dude,
like popcorn, man.
Yeah, and then in an effort to get a lot of people into game, just don't put it behind a paywall. Like literally make it okay.
Yeah.
I want to spawn in Stanton
Mhm.
on Microtech,
Yep.
and oh, dude, there are like 40 different condos I can
Yeah.
pick from.
Or
Like,
you can buy them.
me
You
just
can
pick
literally
one.
buy them. And people would not
so I
squawk.
say for people to get into the game and just like start testing it,
Mm-hmm.
out, like just give it out for free. Who cares? Like, you already get a apartment like
Right.
hotel room for free.
Right. It's just a simple one. But if you want to go elaborate, like those multi-levels, like a luxury, and
yeah.
and hold on, I gotta say it, a hot
Yeah.
tub.
Oh yeah, hot tub, yo. Yeah, then you pay for it. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my God.
But you're absolutely right, Kemi. Like that would distribute all the players across just even Stanton.
Yeah. Yeah.
They could start testing interiors and persistence on interiors. Then they get alleviate all the pressure from elevators across the whole game.
Exactly. 07
Yeah,
Hellfire. Yeah, there's.
I agree, man.
Yeah, contingency plan. That's the word of the day for CIG. Contingency plan. Work on contingencies.
Yeah, and look, if that takes too much, you know what? Like, give us a hangar and
Yeah, which they've started to do now.
well,
Instance, man.
Wait. they're gonna have to give us hangars. But what I mean is like, if they have to change too much to make these apartments,
Right.
that's fine. Then introduce
Right.
one module where you can park your ship in a hangar and you can put it wherever you want.
Exactly.
And
And you go up steps that opens up the door
something.
to the
Yeah.
landing pad. So it's basically a stairwell with a door, a security door, and that's your apartment. It's same thing. Think of what is that place? Port Olisar. Remember, you would go through a door and you go up the steps, and you're on that platform. No different
yeah.
than Port Olisar. You're just in atmosphere, and you get sunrise and sunset.
oh, dude, yeah, that'd be perfect. Just make a simple base. Yeah, exactly. Like you go through this door and you're in your hangar,
Port
and
Olisar.
from the outside, yeah,
Yep.
and from the outside it's your cab and the hangar right next to it, and so there is no elevators needed,
Nope.
like
The steps.
except for like the ship elevator
No
maybe,
draw
but yeah,
calls, just the doors. Just the doors.
yeah, just the door.
And marketing, this one's for you. Sell pictures of Port Olisar in your apartment.
Yeah.
People are like, I
Well,
want it.
when Port Olisar went away, there's like that hollow table of Port Olisar. Yeah, I bought a
Yep.
couple of those.
Yep. Exactly. Exactly. And then people will start to use their swag and all that other stuff and storage lockers. And they're like, hey, I might want to try this and wear it around the house. Or then they start selling clothes, fashionable
Yeah.
clothes and leather jackets and things of that nature.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, and they can start now. Like now that they got spawning back at your home hangar,
Correct.
if they
Yep.
could say, hey, look, let's put an emphasis. We want everyone to decorate their hangars again, um, because we need to test persistence.
Yes.
And they can start there and then
Yeah.
move to apartments and condos
Exactly.
and then move to actual bases. So yeah, they have the path for sure.
It was one gentleman. He was with Turbulent, and he was. You can go back to the video. He did Lorville. He redid Lorville, and he did say the next step was he was going to work on Area 18, and also he was going to actually create interiors for Lorville and Area 18 all at once, I believe. Not sure what happened. I think he might have been caught up with the Squadron 42 narrative, but he was in Montreal. He was working under Benoit Beausejour, and he was part of the Turbulent team. And I mean, he did a quick turnaround on that with the Lorville update. So I'm sure he's the one that's going to be in charge of that during the interiors. But yeah, if they can instance that for us, it's a win. 07 Vickers.
So, on the same line, I think when that happened, some people started noticing at ArcCorp there's that one main building that all of a sudden had translucent, like you could see inside of it.
Mm.
And I haven't looked again, but yeah, that was also got people excited because they were like, "Hey, are we getting apartments?" Because this is the only building that we can see inside now. All of a sudden,
Man, you know what? What if that's part of the CitizenCon Direct? That would be freaking cool. They would offer that
look, man,
to us.
if they can flip the script and say
Man.
we're putting this into tech preview at SigCon, yeah, I think
Mhm.
it'll make up for it being a 2-hour SigCon.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like it'll get people excited, and
Yeah.
going into Christmas, it's like cool. We can have our own apartment.
Yeah, I would say is there something cryptic with the word CitizenCon Direct, right? Is it?
I don't. I just took it as it's coming directly to you as a video. That's how I took it.
Or could it be something like direct to PTU or directly to Tech Preview? Direct to you. I don't know. It would be amazing if it was something cryptic about it, and not just saying it's just another word. But
Yeah, I agree. I think if
that'd
at
be amazing.
SigCon they say, look, we're changing our process. Evo
Yeah.
is still going to be there, but we're
Yep.
moving straight from Evo to Tech Preview.
Yes, direct. Yep. Our development
Yeah, I
now,
agree.
as we are ready, it's coming to you directly via the Tech Preview channel. We've changed the narrative. Our procedure is, or we've understood over the years that we work in house. We perfected the process. We vetted it back and forth amongst ourselves, QA, QC, and the moment we drop it over to PTU, all hell breaks loose. And it's like we are done with that. We found that the better solution and the process that is most effective is that we get it over to you. It goes into the server, and then and only then are we able to see and actually correct things that are wrong because it shows up then.
Yeah,
So direct.
like
Yep.
I think that'd be great. I hope there is some crypticness there.
Me too. Because it's why is it so different? Why can't it be virtual CitizenCon? CitizenCon direct.
Correct. Yeah, that's true. You have a point there. It's not virtual CitizenCon. Yeah.
No, which I mean, if it's coming via video footage, whether some things are recorded, some things a lot, but I think they're doing a lot of recording. But it's like direct. It's like, there's a back end process to this. I could be wrong.
I
I'm
hope
just
so. I
hopeful
hope you're right.
thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, or copium or
Yep.
opium.
Hopium.
No, I think you're right. I hope they do. Look, my ideal sitcom, because it's only 2 hours.
It's
I know
got.
copying like this, but
Yeah. I'm concerned.
minutes, 5 to 8 minutes on Squadron 42. The rest of it
Too
should
much
be
time.
5 minute to 10 minute chunks of
Yeah.
this system and this is where we're at. This system and this is where we're at. And
Yeah.
base building and this is where we're at. And like concrete plans of
Yeah.
like as soon as this
Concrete.
is over, a tech preview is gonna come with
Yes.
this part and this part and this part.
Yep, we want you to try it out. So this is why after CitizenCon, we're sending it to you directly. Tech preview.
Exactly, dude.
Woo.
Yes, that'd be perfect.
Oh my
Now,
God. People are like, okay, gotta
was-
go. See you. Nice meeting you guys. But you just got here. Oh yeah, 2 hours flies, doesn't it?
Yep.
Laters.
Dude, that would be really cool because if they come out with this sitcom of, well, this is what we're gonna do in the future. Look at this new inventory system that we kind of showed you this year, and let's elaborate more on that. No
Yeah.
one's gonna pay attention. No one
Exactly. Exactly.
But I hope you're right. I hope the word direct is cryptic and that they actually mean we're bringing stuff directly to you more often now. And this is how we're going to do it.
Yes. The direct.
And yeah.
Yep.
And the 30 things we talked about in this 2 hours, it's all coming directly to you in the tech preview.
Yeah. No
like,
matter what they do.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I was going to say like my Christmas basically. So on Christmas, you're going to
That's
have
it. Yeah.
the live version and the tech preview with all this crap in it. And
Yes.
yeah, hit it hard.
Yep. Yes. And keep live the way it is, where it's.
Right.
Let me tell you, it's essentially resource gathering, making UEC, and what is it? Getting loot, right, Vic?
Mhm.
Getting after loot, and that's essentially live until you actually vet everything from the tech preview. We've gotten our hands on it. We've issue counseled it, and it's then sent over to maybe fast track the PTU for a bit. I think there's a cause and a reason for PTU. They've shown, CIG has shown it is very useful and helpful for them because they can really belt out a number of patches through the PTU. But they won't play around with it for long. They're going to drop it into live. And then that process starts again. It's just the nature of the beast.
Yeah. I mean, if we want to, if that's even too much, I will even take. We have this level of base building and to test concurrency and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Right after SitCon, we're putting base building in a tech preview. Please hit it hard because we want to go into Christmas and give you guys base building, like very basic base building.
Yeah. And I think that's good because you can take that time and find out what you need to do to build it, get a technique going, understand it, and you basically it's basically your dress rehearsal before live. So then you can plan out what it looks like, where it's going to be, but you get the method down and the process. And then once that's done, you're like, okay, bugs are fixed. I'm ready to go live with it. But at the same time, that learning experience was not just me just mucking around. I was actually picking up the process, and now it means something for me because now I'm ready for my base and I know exactly what to do.
Yeah, and guess what? If it gets hit so hard and game-breaking bugs show up in tech preview, they can spend the last quarter of this month or this year fixing tech preview as much as possible,
Yes.
and then doing what they did for 4.0, which is keep 3.5 or
Yeah.
3.8
Yep.
21 or whatever, and put 4.0 in tech preview. So they keep the current live going through Christmas, but the tech preview has the base building in it.
You.
And then when they come back next year, they hopefully have more data, fix bugs, and then merge the two.
You know what? To chime off of what you were saying and what I've seen from them, they actually, I think there's a use and purpose for them. I like what they did with the hot fixing, but I like to see
Yeah, me
them
too.
expand that more, Shimpasta, in regards to, let's say you have multiple features, right? That's a part. Let's say, for example, 4.3.1. This is a reality piece. And I want to kind of expand on that. Let's say you have crafting, right? Let's say there's engineering, which is on the list, right? Now, let's say crafting is ready to go. All I'm saying, if it's ready and it's ready to go, Shimpasta, put in a hot fix and bring crafting over. Hold off engineering and continue to vet it, continue to work on it to get it right. And then it comes in a subsequent xpatch.x, whatever, later on down the line. Leverage those X patches, make them meaningful, because you've been doing it, CIG, and you've seen the value, and I think you're capable of that. So that way you can layer things in as opposed to bringing in so much at the same time.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think hopefully they do that. I mean, that's,
It's an opportunity. And I
Yeah, it
think,
definitely is.
yeah, I think everything should be on the table. I think, what they did with it goes to say it's not about the game evolving. It's about not just the game evolving. It's the process too, because they've shown us. Aaron came up with the staggered development where every 3 months they would come up with, you had two teams. They were overlapping each other, 6 months cadence, but then one was, 3 months ahead. So it worked out. Every quarter features would come out. But then they went to a cadence of every month now. So why not continue to evolve, CIG? In other words, the things we talked about, but also one of the strengths that I've seen you evolve with over time was those hot fixes. I've never seen patches. And Jared even said, give us credit. We never seen a cadence of patches come through the way we have been putting them out. And I say leverage that. That's a strength.
Yep, I agree. I hope that's what this whole SitCon is.
Direct.
A reset.
Yeah, direct. Directly to you.
Yeah.
Yep. Now new features are coming to you directly. Man, if they say that, I'm
Yeah.
going to pass out. They're going to boy, I'm going to be
We'll
like,
have to save this stream.
man, look, stop patting me on the back. No.
Yeah. No, it's a good idea. I mean, I think you're 100% correct, man. This is a good time. This is the most opportune time for them to reset how they deliver stuff to us.
Correctly.
And
Correct.
basically tell us, look, we're not trying to surprise you on anything anymore.
Stop it.
Like, we need stuff to be tested. And, this is a good reset. That's what they're going to need for the rest of the features.
You
like
know
base
what?
Building.
It's almost a joke when you said that, because when you said they don't need the surprises, I said correct, because none of us need to be surprised, because the surprise is going to come out in the goddamn bugs. So
Yeah, exactly.
we don't need any more surprises. We get enough of that, CIG. Get us in the game, get us the features so you can mitigate those bugs, because you're not going to find out unless you have concurrency of people getting in. And the only incentive is that what's in it for me at the end of the day. You still get your funding. You know that, CIG. But do it, man. I'm just saying it's a win-win situation. We're going to get bugs. People, we're going to get bugs. You're going to have people salty. Period.
Yeah.
it's not going to stop. And we're showing they're seeing that how epically failing that system is right now. Even they had to get on a video and say it failed. It didn't. It's not failing. It failed. And I'm not speaking out of anger.
To be honest,
Yeah.
I don't think a lot of the community is upset that there are bugs in the game. Everyone understands that there could be bugs.
Correct.
Well, again, what they're basically complaining about and rubbed the wrong way, rightfully, is exactly what we just talked about. There's no communication. Then all of a sudden it becomes like, oh, well, freight elevators were broken. We had no idea until the resource drive.
We discovered that. No.
But that can all be reset, just
Yeah.
like from the last like 10 minutes of our conversation. So
Yeah, for sure.
I really hope you do that.
Yeah.
Because
It's.
I think it
it's
would make everyone
something.
feel better.
Yeah, it's something because the current method is not working, and it undermines everything that they're trying to do because there's more and more games coming out, and they need to keep that high concurrency of players involved in what we're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess my point with the communications is they can every time they've done a call to action in the PTU this like last like quarter or so, people have jumped in.
Yeah,
Like
for sure.
I
Those
don't think people
missions,
have issues with
yeah,
yeah.
even though they're broken, they jumped in. And matter of fact, people were saying, "Hold the mission for me because I need to finish it up."
Yeah, yep. But I don't. I think that if they could just do exactly what we said and communicate a little bit more, yeah, they can be like, "Hey, look, guys, we need everyone to build a base on Microtech, and it's in the tech preview.
Yeah,
And there are gonna be major blocking issues that we need to test for concurrency."
yeah,
So, like the best thing they got going for them right now is they agree that concurrency is an issue or lack of, and the community agrees that there's a lack of concurrency. So why not just align and say, hey, tech preview is going to be to test concurrency?
that's it. That's the bottom line.
Yep.
You can incentivize it by having devs more active in it. I think that's something to be said about. You made a great point about why the hell are they sitting on the stream and not initiating corrective action, or at least communicating the corrective action. So with tech preview as part of their job, every now and then maybe align with certain features that people are playing within the tech preview environment. When they start featuring it brand new, everybody jumps in, community and devs, and Chris Roberts. Chris Roberts, but
Or,
incognito. Incognito Chris Roberts. So he can get metrics too and see who's who in the game.
Yeah, or if they can't get in the game, basically be like, hey, okay, base building team, these are like the 10 streamers you need to start monitoring because they're playing the tech preview.
Yeah.
And let's take notes, and and then by the end of the week we'll have a meeting to see what all the major issues are.
I want to
So
see
that
some
way they don't have
results.
to play the game. Yeah, they can have all of us play the game, or at least the top 10 streamers play the game, but they don't have to play the game. But they see all the issues.
Or they wrote what is it? Rewind or rewind the VOD, and they can see it in the meeting. Some of it.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, but the point is like, hey, part of your job now is everyone needs to spend at least an hour watching one of these 5 streamers or 2 of these like 10 streamers.
Yeah, at least only on
And
the tech preview when it's released. Just at that moment, and then that way it gives them visuals of what's going on, and they can act upon it because they see it. But now they may not be able to reproduce it. Say
Correct,
again?
but guess what? They can't because they don't have the concurrency. But you have the streamer playing on with like hundreds of other players.
Yep.
Like again with Salty Mike. Whenever I watch this, whenever the PTU came out for all of these new missions, like the Worm mission and then Resource Drive and even these new missions, was it Onyx missions or whatever?
Right. ASD.
When he was playing it, yeah. like when he was playing it on his stream for all of the missions I just mentioned, he was running into all the problems everyone was running into, and there were devs in his chat, and it's like, hello, it's called resource drive, and none of the elevators work at this one outpost, and he hops to another one, and none of the elevators work. Maybe you should tell someone on your next, because this is a PTU, you know,
Yeah.
like.
Yeah.
Why are you just watching and putting input like, oh, wait, remember to press this button and this door opens up? Okay, great. But
Because
the core
it's normal.
gameplay of it doesn't work.
Because it's not a priority. It's a thing of, well, it'll get fixed. It's kind of like a nonchalant approach to it. Obviously.
Yeah, and I think you're right about the whole internally they're all thinking it'll get fixed. The problem is everyone's thinking that, and so no one's fixing it.
No one's fixing it. But the thing is noticeable is you can't get into the game because things are broken so badly. So it's going to have a ripple effect. So I think the counter to that is not just fix it, but do some other things, CIG, that's going to help alleviate issues, because it's not going to go away by itself. It's not going to go away by itself.
Resource Drive, the worst part about Resource Drive was the day it debuted, no one could finish the initial mission because all the elevators didn't work.
Right. Yeah, or you were told don't do the elevator mission. Stay away from it.
The
I've heard
problem was
that.
the first mission that you had to do to unlock all the other missions, you had to do an elevator mission.
Damn. Imagine that.
So you see why, like when you look at that in the Resource Drive, and then you look at Jared's pseudo, possibly not apology, but acknowledgement.
No.
It's like,
Oh
are
my
you not
God.
paying attention? The first mission to unlock all the rest of the Resource Drive didn't work because of elevators.
Man.
Like, how did that
Yeah.
happen?
Well, it's been going on for quite a while, and it's one of those things that for them to attempt that, knowing or maybe the lack of understanding that it's going to do that. I mean, it was bound to happen. You know, it's an oversight thing, because it's like, okay, you're basing this mission on an elevator. Good luck with that. I mean, it's kind of
Well, that's
crazy.
why-
You were
That's why some
gonna.
of these streamers were mad. Like, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, no. I was just saying that, you know, they were expecting that to work when we've been telling them it doesn't
Yeah.
work. That's crazy.
And so you see the rubbing us the wrong way thing, like,
Mm-hmm.
and then coming out and saying, "Wow, we found 40 new issues in elevators that
Right.
we didn't know about."
Oh,
It's like,
yeah.
bro, the elevators haven't worked any of your missions for the last year.
It's a disconnect. It's a
But
serious
where, right?
disconnect.
Like,
Yeah.
but you have devs in these people's channels watching this happen live.
It's disconnected. Yeah, it's like I'm there, I'm seeing it, but will it ever get back to where it needs to get back to? Because we CIG work on the game, but it's not
Yeah.
being channeled or echoed back to people who need to know. And I'm sure they would like to know, or maybe they say, "Well, we already knew the elevator screwed up. It's going to take a while." It is what it is. That could be an attitude thing.
So you know what could have happened? What I would have appreciated is Resource Drive. Okay, let's just give them the benefit of the doubt. But the mission that unlocks every single other mission, no one can do because the elevators are broken. They should have said, "Hey guys, we're gonna look into why the elevators are broken, and we're gonna restart the Resource Drive at a later date."
I wonder this
And
too.
put
Yeah.
that thing into tech preview, and then have everyone hammer it there.
Yeah. But could it have been?
But
Could it have been
the
a
problem
situation?
was the elevator issue for Resource Drive was happening in PTU with the less amount of people that were playing in PTU.
Yeah, elevators just been problematic. Period. No matter what. But it's weird because you know it's a problem, but then you're gonna base. And I'm wondering if it's a conspiracy theory that the person who made the mission like, now this will get them off their ass and fix the elevators. Well, good for that person, because that could very well be
Yeah.
the thing. Good for him.
It could be. Well, do you want to add to the conspiracy? They seem to take metrics on everything in game. They
Wow.
should have noticed that no one's doing cargo hauling.
Because of the freight elevators were broken, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did no one notice that like cargo hauling, where let's just say it's like even 1/16 of the community
Is
started
that?
doing it and then it dropped off and no one's doing it? Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
why did they not get
That's a
that
red
metric?
flag.
And
Yeah,
then
that's a
why
red
did
flag. Yep.
yeah. And the problem is this. Okay, cool. Okay, you know what? Maybe they don't care about haulers or whatever. But you have this new thing called a contested zone or Wicklow. Or what was the other mission where it was like stringed together and then you can get a spaceship at the end?
Oh, okay. I left it
That
alone.
mission, yeah, I didn't even try it, but all the PvPers who tried it eventually stopped doing it
Damn. Yeah.
because the elevators never worked. So when they were trying to gather, like in one of the sections, you could get a whole bunch of loot, and all you have to do is put it in the elevator and put it down, and it goes into your inventory.
Yeah.
Well, it never worked. Like, I
Wow.
mean, it worked sporadically. So people just stopped doing it,
Yeah.
and
That's
then
a
people eventually just
problem.
stopped doing that whole mission chain. You
That's a
know?
problem.
But if CIG is taking all these metrics, how are they not seeing it?
Well, it's one thing you're taking the metrics. It's another thing you're utilizing the metrics as a tool to actually fix the problem. So something's not being followed through, obviously. But
Yep.
but now, granted, Jared did say they've been working on this for months, and though it seems like nothing's been done. So he made a point to that. I remember he said that
He
they
did.
are working on it, and it's just been months. It seems like it, but they're still working on it.
And you know what? They could have like stomped out the fire if 6 months ago they said we heard you and we're working on it, and then say that again now. You know, like they just never said anything for a whole year. Like freighter
Right.
elevators came out, they were broken from the beginning,
Right. So
and
touche, right? For you, touche, because the point is, let's go ahead and put a pin in it and say, you know what? Jared said, "Hey, man, it seemed like nothing was being done, and we've been on this for months, and we're still on it. We've identified 44 issues, like serious broken issues. 20 we have the solutions for."
yeah,
And so we don't know what that time frame is going to be once it's all completed. Now, with that said, right, it kind of counters a lot of the stuff we've been saying, right? But here's the problem. This is where for CIG is the problem. I think where I say to you, touche, dude, you were supposed to communicated that a while ago. If it was months ago, you could have communicated that a long time ago.
exactly.
So
Why the silence? Especially
why
when you
now?
know streamers are blowing up on
Right?
it.
Why now? When you could have communicated, and even if nothing changed, hey, latest update, we got nothing,
Exactly.
and keep it moving,
People-
man. We're still working on it.
Yeah, dude, people underestimate communications of nothingness.
Yeah,
Like
It ma-
everyone sees
I gotta
like, oh,
have
that's
something.
stupid.
yep.
Yeah.
If I tell you I have nothing, then that means it's it's the end of the world. It's the worst case scenario of information I can provide to you because you don't want to hear that. And it's not the case. I think,
No.
like you said, we got to understand and learn, hey, I got nothing for you. Have a good day. I'll see you when I have something. Or no, I'll let you know probably 6 months from now where we are. 6 months come, man.
So you hit
We
the golden
found so
rule of
many things.
communication.
Huh?
Yeah. Like you hit the golden rule of disaster communication, which
Yeah.
is in an effort to not say the same thing every week or every month.
Yeah.
What you do say is, hey, there's nothing right now, but in a month I will get you another update. And then you get the person another
Yeah,
update in a
and
month.
hold to it. You know, even like put it on the
Exactly.
ISC, and at the end of the ISC, and Jared said, "Well, I know you're. I'm gonna bring up elevators, and I know what you want to hear, but it's not what you want to hear. We're still working on it, And for that, I've got nothing.
Yeah, and the beauty is when they do make a small or maybe a big jump, they can mention that.
Latest
I mean, it's
update.
just disaster communication. That's what they do.
Or they
Like think
can,
about it, like
yeah,
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 like when there's a hurricane that hits Florida. Think about all the communication that happens. It's not like the hurricane hit and then no one says anything.
correct.
If they say, "Hey, look, the hurricane just hit. We got responders on the ground. They're starting to go up because the weather's clearing up a little bit." And basically, in the closer you are to the disaster zone, the more
Yeah.
they're communicating, even if they have nothing.
Yeah. And here's the counter that CIG can use, right? But then I got a counter to that.
Yeah, yeah.
Their counter, I think, naturally would be there's so many things that we're working on, and there's so many things to do, and there's so many issues. We possibly cannot keep up with everything. With that said,
Yep.
it's about being proactive and not reactive, right? Right now, they're in a reactive stance, and that brings up a lot of negativity. But if you're doing things in a proactive stance, you can say, let me channel maybe a Jared or somebody. I'm gonna say, well, we went to Spectrum, we went to Reddit, and we came back to Spectrum because we ain't having that.
Yep.
He can turn it into a joke.
Yep.
But then he'll say, we've looked at instances and there's quite a bit to fix, but we've taken the top 5.
Yep.
We've taken the top 5. And just for you, we're bringing Bug Smashers back. Mark Abent is back on the job. And those top 5 priority issues, game-breaking issues, we're going to put them in Bug Smashers. And they're going to be maybe a bi-monthly or quarterly report by Mark Abent. Where we are with that status, if we made any progress, good. If not, we'll let you know we haven't made any progress. The return of Bug Smashers 2.0.
Absolutely. Make it quarterly. Just say it's quarterly.
Quarterly.
We're going to take the top 5 issues. We'll keep
Quarterly.
you updated.
That's it. And when he breaks
Yeah,
it
because
through,
that's all we want.
yeah, he breaks
Yeah.
it through, and now he can show the code. Now there's no lawsuit. He can show the code and fix it.
Oh, yeah, I mean, he doesn't have to do that. They just have to be like, hey, look, we made this progress.
Right.
I mean, again, this is why the disaster recovery thing's so perfect, because when a disaster first hits, no one knows anything. It's
Yeah.
just a disaster. But they still communicate.
Right. And then
like
when you
authorities on the ground.
right, and then you have that person or streamer complaining, and they're like, dude, he is not keeping up with what's going on. He is not watched Bug Smashers because obviously he's out of touch.
Yeah. Because then we have no excuse
None.
to not watch the stuff they put out and then
Yep.
complain about it.
Yep. And people in chat are calling them out. Hey, dude, you missed Bug Smashers. They actually are coming up with a solution for that in the next patch. Like what?
Well, what's
Yeah.
great about our community is you'll have all the streamers who have YouTube channels
Pass
do
the
their
information.
own quarterly update
Yeah.
talking about it.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
then guess what? It turns into a positive because now we can even like I feel like them not talking about the transit system when it's a core gameplay
Mm-hmm.
mechanic is slightly irresponsible, and they get the heat that they deserve the heat then, because if your trains run on it and all your elevators run on it and your freight elevator runs on it and your ship elevator runs on it,
Yeah.
like
Their response can
we're
only be
reliant on-
reactive. Yeah.
yeah.
They can only be reactive, and usually that's not positive.
No, that's basically what happened here with the resource drive, right? They became reactive. Like Jared's thing yesterday or a
Mhm.
couple days ago
Yeah.
was hey, the resource drive uncovered a lot of issues.
Right.
And then
Man.
it's like, no, it didn't. We already knew that. If you just, I mean, some of your people were watching the streams and they should have seen that already.
And you're like, surprise, surprise, surprise. Imagine that.
Yeah. And this goes to the Gen Z communication thing, because then what
Yeah.
Jared said, even if it was genuine,
It's
looks
weird.
disingenuous.
Yeah. He's not of that age. He's not of that generation. So it doesn't fit him.
You
he
know,
knows better.
I love Jared, if it's not part of his generation, that he needs a sidekick who is.
Ooh, right?
No, I say that because just think about this, like in late night television,
Oh
when
yeah.
Johnny Carson became old enough, they didn't keep him up there, 120 years old, Johnny Carson trying to do some shit. Like, they were like, hey, he's handing the torch off to someone else. Like, I like Jared. I don't think he needs to hand the torch off, but they need to say, hey, look, we're all getting older, and we have to cater to a younger crowd as well. And so this
Wow.
is my sidekick now.
Yeah, that's an interesting dynamic, but there's a truth to that too, because it gets to a point where you're not cool anymore, and
Yeah,
there's a
let's face it,
communication
like,
gap. Yeah,
yes. Like, no Gen Zers gonna. The only young people I see who follow the game like us older folks is because their parents do it, or like their dad or the mom.
Mhm.
So
yeah, that's
you find
something.
some Gen Zer off the street, like,
Oh
who's
wow.
this old dude talking about all this stuff? Like, what is he talking
Oh
about?
my God.
And the
Yeah.
problem is, Jared and none of us old people can use Gen Z slang because now we're just trying to act cool because we're
And
using
look
their slang.
stupid. And look stupid.
Yeah, we look
Yeah.
stupid.
And
So they're
it's
gonna have to, this bridge is coming. Like,
yeah.
we can see the bridge.
Exactly, because it's like what you're saying though. There's a truth to that, and I think there's something definitive about the number of backers who've been backing for quite a bit. They're older, or other things are happening in real life, and now you have more of an influx of a younger generation say, "Hey, what is this about?" But they don't have the patience for what was done post 2012. They don't. They're
Yeah.
not. They're not wired for that no more. They like, man, this is bullshit. What is this? And this is an old man's game, and that's what's gonna happen. They're gonna find themselves outdated. They're not keeping up, and so they gotta change their methods to keep up because it's becoming an old man's game. And
Yes.
man, that's
And you know what's,
that's a truth to. There's a truth to that, and they gotta.
dude, you know what's scarier?
Mm,
If they actually do release Squadron 42 at the end of next year, like last quarter of next year,
but they have
a
to.
lot of young people. Okay, yeah. So let's
Right.
just say they do, right?
Mm,
A lot of young people are gonna start playing that game.
right.
Then naturally they're gonna look into Star Citizen, and if transit system isn't done and elevators don't work, and like you can't do cargo hauling because none of the elevators work, they're gonna
Disconnect.
try out Star Citizen and then leave it forever.
And Squadron 42.
Well, I think it'll work. Everything will work in Squadron 42. I think that'll be
No,
like the gateway.
no, I'm talking
into
about the
Star
chapter
Citizen.
2 and chapter 3, because then you're talking about if it wasn't all that hot, then what would be the point of them playing chapter 2 and chapter 3?
Oh, absolutely. I'm
That's
assuming there's
my
going to be a
point.
great game, so they
Right.
will do chapter 2 and 3.
Correct.
But I don't. I think that will be the opportunity for a certain generation of people to get hooked on Star Citizen,
Correct.
or play it, say
Right.
it's broken, and then never touch it ever again.
Correct. This is why they have to, for me, it's not about taking these little tippy toe steps with their processes. They got to let it all hang out, man. It's all a freaking nothing
It is.
right now because you got to get the engine. You got to get foundational things that are essentially saying this is an MMO. This is not an MMO. You're
That's not
saying
MMO.
you want it to be an MMO, but is it? That you got to keep asking that question, and so you have to say, I gotta make it an MMO, and that means let's get this in, then fix it. The increments that you can get in now, man. Don't pussyfoot and tippy toe with this process. Get it in, and then fix it
Oh.
because bugs aren't going anywhere. They're gonna stay. They're here to stay.
Yeah, the biggest bug is concurrency. So yeah, I agree. Like, I think what we outlined here in our conversation the last like 30 minutes is exactly what they need to do.
Yeah.
Like hot patch every single feature and core gameplay
Yeah.
mechanic in and keep hot patching it
Yeah.
while keeping in tech preview. And the
Leverage.
minute it's
Yeah.
like, cool,
Leverage.
concurrency works.
Yeah. Leverage
I'll
tech
patch it to
preview.
live.
Yeah. Make it
Yeah.
truly a tech preview. Hellfire was saying it's a tech demo. Utilize that, man. Make that a strength. Make that a
Yep.
strength. Yeah. It's a tech demo. And that is the tech preview channel. It's demoing everything that we're hammering it with everything, and it's shit right now. But
Yeah,
we're
and it's
extrapolating.
okay.
Yes, we're dialing it in, and now it slides over to live, synchronized.
Correct. Yep.
But you're gonna get the
I think
con-
if the 2 hour sitcom is just about this, like you said, I really do now hope that it's what you said. Like I
yeah,
hope that it's
direct.
some cryptographic stuff. or
Yeah,
crypto,
when they say direct, I mean it's directly to you via the tech channel now. We're not pussyfooting around. We're not gonna,
nope.
tippy toe the process and ooh, sneak peek, ooh, surprise. It's like, get over it. This, man,
Yeah.
stop it. We're grown ups, man, and we're getting older. We're not.
Yes.
And then, like you said, the Gen Zs are coming in, and if this is half-assed to them, it's over. It's over. You're not going to get another shot.
No.
And the last thing
Not-
you want to be is mocked or ridiculed. And you have people, who say, "Hey, I'm doing this on my reputation, and I'm doing this forwarding this to you based on my reputation. So, hey, man, hold the line. Let's get this thing done." Oh, I don't want it to look a certain way. The hell with that, man. Put it in the tech preview channel. Get done with it. Fix it. And move it over slide it over to live. But then you have your foundational components that says it is MMO compliant. Yes, we need to refine things, but damn it, we got server meshing. We got 1,000 people or more on one server. Yes, we're an MMO.
Yeah, dude, they need to really now. They should by now know exactly what's going to be in 1.0.
Yes. Slam it in there, man. Slam it in tech preview. If it locks it down, I don't care. You have live. That's what live is for. Or dial it back. Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, they can't keep doing this. Well, base building will come out after 1.0. No, you know what? I think you need base building now because it's an MMO.
Are you serious?
Like, I don't know. I think we'll get some aspects of base building, but there's a lot of stuff that's not coming out until after 1.0. But which is like the space station and stuff, which is fine. But they should now, a whole year after, or almost a year after last SitCon, they should know like 1.0 is going to include this and this and this and this, and they need to get all of it into tech preview as fast as possible, even if it's broken.
Right. And I think the thing you can do by leveraging tech preview, right? You regress. You go patch regressions. You can do that because it's only a preview.
Yep.
Your dress rehearsal is too formal, CIG. You got to loosen it up and understand and let people know and understand. Oh, I can't give it that bad look. What are we talking about here? Stuff is broken.
They need to get over that, yeah.
Get over that, man. It's broken.
You know why? In an effort to not look bad now, it's going to look 1,000 times worse.
Well, it's getting there, right? Because you're going hard on these events, and you gotta release these statements.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
Yeah, it's like in an effort. It's like one of those counterintuitive things. In an effort to not look bad, they look bad, basically. So it's better to just own. And you know what? That's another trait that Gen Z really admires. They admire a person who messes up and takes ownership of it.
Really?
The people that the people that Gen Z
they are
really don't
they
like,
do. They talk about that stuff openly, because they want to sort it through. They don't. See, CIG. You know what? That's funny you say that. They are basically internalizing their issues, and that's the problem. When you internalize issues, there's something wrong, and it will come out through the cracks. It will break down.
Correct.
Right. And it's
that's
a
what's
major
happening, yeah.
breakdown and a disconnect. Yeah. So you're right.
And then you're doing the old school damage control. Like, so
Right.
you know why Gen Z has this, right? Because Gen Z grew up with mobile phones
Yeah.
and they grew up with the concept of not having privacy. That's why they don't care that all their stuff's out there.
Yeah. That's a damn good point right there. Yep.
Yep. But you
And
know what their counter to that is? Is they really don't care who messes up or what people have
it's
done
the
in their
results.
past as long as they own it.
They want results.
They want results. And they're okay. Like if you own it and you say, you know what, I messed up,
They're moving on.
um,
Yeah. They get over it and
they
move
move on.
on.
They
Yeah.
respect you more.
Yeah.
The the people who they don't
That's a
respect are the
great
ones who
point.
try to do damage control.
That's a great point. Yeah. Because then they say, what are you hiding? I'm going to find
Right.
out. What are you hiding?
Dude, and that's how like a lot of these big streamers end up ruining their careers because they try to do damage control, and that whole group generation will say, you know what, you're hiding something. Let's go poke around everywhere, and then
Damn.
everything comes out, and then they lose all credibility.
Damn.
You know,
Or
that's why
they,
CIG needs to like do exactly what you said,
wow.
not internalize it, own up to it, and just say, look, yeah, this is where we're at. This is the
Yeah.
honest truth of where we're at, and you can like it or not like it. We're owning up to the failures that we've had because game development's hard.
It's weird that you reveal something and then you want to make it a secret.
Right?
What?
It doesn't
Wait,
make any
what the
sense
he-
either.
wait, what the hell is that?
Yo,
What is that?
yeah,
Bring
I
it,
don't know.
drop it in the goddamn tech preview and be done with it. Fix it and let's keep it moving, man. Get the damn engine out there. You need the goddamn Star engine. This is not it. This is a
Yes.
shadow sham of it. It's not functional. And I'm not
Yeah,
angry.
well-
I'm not angry. I'm just saying it's
No.
not working, man. Because you're
Yeah, I mean,
Mm.
oh, sorry, go ahead.
no, I'm just saying they're going to have to fix it, even though they're saying they're fixing it. The moment it
Correct.
hits the servers, you're starting over. You're doing too
Right.
much work. Put that crap
Yeah.
out into the servers, into the wild. See, then you got the concurrency because it's an MMO. Now you fix it. That process, do it one time.
Yeah.
Where it's enough where you can put it out there in a tech preview, it's not interfering with the live. Then you start your work. You roll up your damn sleeves and get to work with your leads, because then it's all
Right.
out there. You get all the metrics, all the data, right then and there, and you refine
Well,
it.
Yeah, and you know what's supporting all of this in my mind? The reason why I've come to these conclusions as well. You have streamers that have been streaming Star Citizen for 13, 14 years now, or whatever, since the beginning, and they've lost interest.
Or they turned it into something else, their own platform.
Yeah.
They're bashing it, and they turned it into their own platform. So they don't care about whether it's good or not. Matter of fact, it helps them if it's bad, because they get to complain about it and get everybody to
Yeah.
rally around them.
Yeah, I mean, luckily a lot of the older ones haven't turned into bashing streams, but they definitely turned into salty streams where it's like,
Right.
why am I even playing this right now?
Right.
You know what? I'm gonna go play Battlefield. I'm gonna play.
But
this
they
other
don't.
game.
They get to badmouth it, and people get to, yeah, you're right, yeah. It's
Yeah.
like, okay.
I mean, having said that, it's just yeah. I mean, I think we're just repeating ourselves, but the bigger thing is just they need to realize that if they want credibility with the younger generation, they need to just throw everything
Open
out
up.
there.
Yeah, open up.
There can't be this secretness. Yeah.
No, that model is gone. It left since 2016, LA,
Yep.
when they had
Yep.
that Citizen Con, and they were gonna. The expectations were they're gonna announce or release Squadron 42, and they disappointed a lot of people.
You know,
That's
and
gone.
that was fine,
Yeah.
but because everyone, I mean, like Rockstar, like delayed, GTA 6 until next year now, and Cyberpunk had their issues. Like all the gaming, every game has had its issues.
Yeah. It's how you
Like right
deal
now,
with
Flight
it.
Sim has its issues. Yeah.
You said Flight
but the-
Sim?
Yeah, so Flight Sim 2024, they're supposed to have their like third patch for the year,
Okay.
like their service or not for the year, but like their third patch ever. And
You
they
said
basically pulled a CIG because they put it out there, then they put it out there as a beta, and it's still out. It's been out for so long as a beta because it's supposed to come out last month. That they're already talking about what's going to be in the fourth patch.
oh damn. You said Flight Sim.
Yeah, Flight Simulator, Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Oh, okay.
2024.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
But I'm a flight sim person as well. But
Me too. But
so yeah, I mean, like, look, no one knocks. I mean, everyone's kind of making fun of Microsoft right now and Asabo Studios because the problems they're having are with memory leaks and stutters at airports and
oh
stuff like
damn.
that. But yeah, it's pretty bad this patch. And they're still delaying it, so everyone's kind of like this patch is doomed.
Oh
Um,
wow.
but yeah, so it reminded me a little bit of like Star Citizen. Um, but yeah, I think they have a compressed spring right now is how I look at it.
Mm-hmm.
And if what's going to release this compressed spring is the release of Squadron 42, because people will then dip their toe into Star Citizen, and the spring's going to like uncompress
Mm-hmm.
and be very volatile, especially if core stuff's not working.
Right. And you know, speaking of Squadron 42, I'm leaning that nothing will really be said about a release of that because the core stuff is still being worked on. It's not ready yet. So how can Squadron 42 be ready when core mechanics are still being adjusted? I don't know.
That is
Maybe,
a question people do have, like with the flight model.
yeah, I didn't want to
Like,
call that out, but yeah.
oh yeah,
Yeah,
well, that
honestly,
and the interaction system. It's like,
yeah. Or
you know,
the what is that, a working or functioning engineering, because I would imagine if you're on this capital ship you're going to be doing some mechanic or something. I don't know, man. I don't know how closely related they are. Maybe that's not the
yeah.
case, but they're not saying.
What I've heard about at least the flight model is that they've come to the conclusion that Squadron will have a different flight model than Star Citizen.
Right.
The more concerning thing is engineering. I heard that they went back to the drawing board because
It,
engineering just wasn't fun.
it was super, to me, yeah, right. It
Mhm.
it was super complicated in the worst way. And it's
Yeah,
like complex things can be fun, right? If you have to figure
okay,
things
yeah,
out, it challenges you, but it keeps you engaged because why? It's fun. That
yeah,
freaking running down the hallways of these big ass ships and checking these lines and pipes, and I'm like,
mhm,
that's bullshit to me, man. I'm like, I don't even care for big ships like that.
yeah.
And I'm like, dude, how do you? So it's like, what do you call it? You said Swiss cheese it or cheese whiz it. You could have
Oh
people,
yeah, cheese whiz.
everybody staying at their station, and if it comes your way, just plug it in, because they're gonna cheese whiz
Yeah.
the hell out of it, and it's not true engineering. It's
Or nor is it
BS.
fun. No one wants to stand there for like 3 hours.
Well, they will because it's, they don't want the ship to blow up. But then, yeah, that's going to wane. What's going to happen is people won't pick those ships up unless they
Right.
had
Yep.
to.
Yep.
They'll
Yeah.
work them out of the game. They'll be worked out of the game some way somehow because people won't go to them, and
Yeah.
they'll
I
see
mean,
that. They'll see it. They're not
yep.
being utilized, and then the complaints will come then when they're like, "I spent this money for this ship and it's doing this." Oh
Yep.
hell no.
Which is again comes back to the very first conversation. They need to just say, "Hey, look, everything gonna be T0 for right now, because we're still trying to figure out if it was fun or not,
Yeah.
and bring everything back." Like basically get their pillars of like, okay, we want engineering, base building, and blah blah blah, and basically say, look, we're flattening this out into everything that we currently have is gonna be baseline tier 0 now, and we're gonna
Yeah.
work from here.
Or go with systems that worked over the years with games, or create a forum like a Star Citizen Live and actually leverage Star Citizen Live and say, what would you like to see, or what do you think in multi-crew ships should do as far as a discipline. Go back to the old Star Trek series and all of that, and see how those ships function, because I think that's
Yeah,
was brought to the table. Star Trek.
yeah. You would, but guess what? They have some great stuff. They got a whole bunch of big capital ships in game now. So
Yeah.
guess what? Put that in the tech preview and say, hey, we're trying this. Is this fun? No. Okay, we're gonna try this. Is this fun? No. We're gonna
Yes.
try this.
Yep.
And just get people to start multi-crewing and
Yep.
seeing what's actually fun.
Yeah. And it's look at Star Wars when X-wing came out. It
Hmm.
was very basic, but it worked, man. I mean, you had the power plant, you had shields. What was it? Shields, engine, and your weapons, your energy weapons.
Yeah.
Those three core things drew from the power plant, and so it was as you pull one, it would take away from the other. Just
Yep.
as simple as that. What's wrong with that? I mean, I think sometimes we want to go all out with this. I think that was the thing with in the beginning with Star Citizens. It was about going all in, going all the way, and going for broke. And
Yeah.
some things you don't have to do that. Sometimes you don't have to try to reinvent the wheel each and every time. You could also say, hey, what works or what's fun? Let me look at
Yeah.
what's fun. And then from
Yep.
there, reimagine that and utilize it, basically. And say, hey, man,
Yep.
this is it. We got it. Because it's all, again, the Star Wars Galaxy was based on crafting. They took that model from them. If they didn't, hey, I'm wrong. But to me, it seems, a lot of gamers and players are saying, hey, man, that Star Wars Galaxy was definitely about crafting, and that was cool. And RPGs do it all the time. It was what's
Yep.
fun. So they didn't reinvent the wheel. They put some treads on it.
Yeah. I think you're 100% correct. I mean,
It's-
but they need to iterate faster, and we basically outlined for them how they can. And
yeah. Yep. For sure.
I'm,
It's
I
there.
mean, that's why, like, to be very honest with you, like, I think they can salvage like the quote engineering right now
Yeah.
with the whole blocks and everything. They just need to make the UI work smoother. But to
Yeah.
be very honest, I think if they made a hexagon, instead of a power triangle, it's like a power hexagon,
Yes.
and you have the little thing in the middle. And if it's in the middle, then everything gets equal power, and then you can kind of like slide it across or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yep.
Like,
Sliders. You
yeah,
basically
just have sliders,
a
not
main
these blocks.
console. Yeah. A main console. And it's like engineering. Now, if it's damage, let's say if you're going all out, here's my concept of it. The chief engineer, he would work the UI, he would allocate power from the core, right?
Yeah.
But if systems are damaged, he cannot allocate or pull or do anything to that branch because it's damaged. Then he would send a
Yeah.
team. Actually, he would send a team, or he would have drones go there. He would commission drones from his. Let's say it was a single player engineering, and he didn't have his staff. So again, I'm bringing to the table options. So if it's a single player chief engineering officer, he would have drones. They literally would like air drones fly down the corridors, right, to that damaged location and then actually mitigate and fix the problem. But it would take time for them to get there, right?
Yep.
It's not
Yep.
instant. So he's got to do some other things until they get there to fix it. Now, for the actually fully crewed engineer, same concept. They'll be in sections of the ship that they maintain as their zones, and so the communication is there. Hey, or they see the damage, they start implementing the fix. Right? They have the tools. You have engineering gear on. You have the tools. You have the what is that called? The fuses. You put out the fire. Fix the problem with the metals, and then you replace the fuel fuse, and then you're back online, and then the captain sees it, and then they can get back to regular procedures, right?
Yep.
And so, yeah, it's just the core of UI saying, here's your channels of what this does. Here's the power allocation. And you have beacons or notifications that, hey, it's offline, or you have the damage states. And keep it moving, man.
Yeah, I think you're right. I just do what they do in the real world. Like, you know,
Yes.
you have an engineering room,
Yeah.
3 people are stationed there, and
Yep.
yeah, what if a fuse is out or they need to redo the fuse to another path, then
Yep.
those 3 people, like, okay, hey, you go and go do that really quick, or hey, I'll cover you
Mhm.
because there are hostiles on board.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that would make it fun. Their current idea is not good, where it's like the person has to run from panel to panel and
Oh
from
my
fuse to
God,
fuse. Makes no
yeah.
sense.
Yeah, that's it's trolling almost, like
Yeah,
it's almost trolling. And then those damage states, when they happen, people are gonna be pissed. Or if they're not
yeah,
happening enough, then they feel as though they don't have nothing to do. It's not
yep,
credible. Again, it goes back to put it in the tech preview channel.
yeah.
Stop making things a surprise. It's no surprise you
Yeah.
introduced it.
Yep. And you're right. They need to just go back to basics. Just like, hey, look,
Yeah.
currently engineering is blocks and fuses, okay? And like that's
Yep.
all we have right now.
Yep.
Like
Yep.
they haven't even got that out because all of a sudden they went to like rooms and emptying oxygen out of
Wow.
rooms
It's like the
and
fluff.
fire.
Yeah, they went for
Yeah,
fluff as opposed to substance. They were baking the
correct.
cake backwards. Well, let me go with the frosting. All the frosting and the cherries are already there. You're like, dude, this is too sweet. It's making me sick. It's
Yeah,
just frosting. They making the cake backwards.
correct. Yeah. It's like, what does engineering do? Like, have 2 screens in the engineering room, like one's for like power plant output, and the other one's,
Yeah.
you know, like
Power
maybe saying, hey,
allocation.
these,
Welcome
Yeah.
yeah,
to the ASOC
You have your sliders to allocate those powers to those channels where they're needed.
yep,
And if there's
yep,
something that's broken, then investigate. Your methods of fixing is using that salvage gun, right? And you have a
yep,
set of fuses on. Once this first put out the fire, salvage gun it. It's back in order. It looks patchy, but it's nice and shiny. Put the fuse
yep.
in. You're good. That's it, man. Come on, let's not get this super complicated because it's gonna kill your gameplay. Is it fun?
Yeah,
No, it's not fun.
no. And
It's ooh.
but they won't know what's fun. Like, for example, what's fun in my head is gonna piss everyone off because the pilot and the co-pilot only control the ship, thrusters, and the guns, and
Separate it.
engineering controls everything else,
Right.
just like in Star Trek.
Yeah, separate that stuff properly
Yep.
and
Yeah.
give people credibility to say I do something on this starship.
Yep. And put it in tech preview because maybe that's not really fun. Maybe the Star Trek model isn't fun. So,
Right. Ooh wee.
like, what could
Wow.
be fun?
Wow.
But you know that's gonna happen, right? Because right now people are used to doing everything from the pilot seat, but in a Kraken,
Right.
your pilots only have access to the thrusters and
That's
the things that
scary.
move the ship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's scary, Shampasta. If you do all this and then you give it to the players, you don't even know if the servers can handle it because of desync. Again,
Yeah.
get the engine done, guys. Get that engine done. But you get it out there in Tech Preview or Arena Commander, a subsidiary of Tech Preview. You can
Well, that's what
isolate it.
their
Yeah.
plan was, right?
Yeah. I think they
But
just
yeah, you're absolutely right.
yeah, I think they've just kind of fallen off their way a little bit because they're so intent, or it's like they got blinders on and they're too far in the rabbit hole. I said this the other
Yep.
day. They're too far in the rabbit hole, and they're beginning to realize, hey, I'm at this point I'm apologizing, but there's a problem right now too.
Yeah, they just need to like simplify everything, like we said. And I think when this year they said we're not doing features or whatever, like we're not doing like gameplay additions, we're doing just like
Right.
features or whatever they said this year. I think people's hope was okay, cool. This is a time for them to fix engineering and to fix like the fight model because they're not focusing on that. Like
Mm-hmm.
they're not focusing on adding more stuff to all that. So they're gonna keep us busy with missions.
Yeah.
But what's happened is their missions have gotten complicated and
It
it's
requires a
like
lot.
now eating into it requires
Yeah.
the features to be extended a little bit.
Yeah.
And it's like, guys, why don't you take it back to the basics? Like
Yeah.
you have a capital, you have like two capital ships in now, maybe 3 this
Mm-hmm.
year. You know what? Strip engineering all the way up to severed connection, which means you swap fuses out,
Yeah.
or split engineering to its logical things. Like the pilots only have access to these things,
Correct.
and the engineering people only have access to these things. Throw it out there and see if it's fun. And if it isn't, adjust the basic stuff first. Don't worry about like letting oxygen out of a room and
Wow.
people
Yeah.
boarding and blah blah blah
Yeah.
and all that crap. Like,
A
don't worry
reverse
about
cake.
that.
They're baking a reverse cake, icing first.
Yeah,
But that one thing you said about simplification, and why is that? I'm thinking about that too. And what jumped in my head about that was, you must make this simple, because why? The servers that you're playing this on, the actual platform, the server-based entity is not
Yep.
holding up or doing its part. So
Yep.
the simpler you keep it, it makes it more server friendly, as opposed to you going out all out with these aesthetics
Yep.
that you're painting yourself into a corner, because the servers will not play nice with all of that complexity, and it has to be in real time. And you're
Yeah.
putting too much on Benoit to say, well, the dynamic server meshing is the silver bullet, it's the Jesus patch, when the devs aren't doing their part in regards to simplifying things because it doesn't look cool. I'm like, wait a minute.
Well-
You got to simplify this stuff, man, because it's got to be server friendly. Because people play this
Yeah.
all over the world. This is the part
Yep.
that they don't get, or they're failing, or they're not acting as though they understand that, and they're not putting it into their concepts.
Yeah, I think they keep adding stuff, but you're absolutely right. What they need to do is say, look, what works. So basically, what they're trying to do is they're trying to do high fidelity on everything.
On a
But
antiquated server system,
yeah,
they can't handle
just
it.
like, yeah, exactly. There's just not enough raw power to handle it. And so what they need to do is back off and, like you said, simplify things so that you can get more, like basically make it less fidelity, if that makes sense.
Correct.
And yeah, then it becomes more basic, but like you said, it makes the server part of it smoother, so you don't have desync because it's not so granular and high fidelity.
A lot of draw calls
Um,
and stuff.
It's not in the draw calls as much, but it's like you said, like if there's a fire in this part of the ship, how do you guarantee that I see that when you're in New York and I'm in California playing on the US server?
Desync.
Like that's what causes desync is like it takes a little bit of time for it to show up on my side, right?
Right. Yep.
So you're absolutely right. The way you mitigate that is you zoom out a little bit and you make it, you just like make it like, oh, the circuit melted. Now that
Right.
can get across a lot quicker.
Or an explosion, as opposed to the elaborate fire that they were like really going
Yes.
in on that. And I'm like, oh my god, where it could just explode, right? Boom, and you see discoloration. Things
Yep.
are mangled a little bit. So you cut that section. You take that that salvage tool, turn it to laser mode. You cut a circle around it, and you absorb that metal, recycle that metal. You basically disintegrate it, just like
Yeah.
salvage. You disintegrate that thing, recycle it back, and spit it back out with a chemical or a compound, and you make a new metal out of it, right? And
Yeah.
get the
because
functionality
it's-
back.
Yeah, and because it's high fidelity, there's these big patches that you're putting on that the other person can see without much desync. And,
Correct. Yep. Take away those
yeah.
elaborate fires and all that. Just have a boom explosion for a few seconds. It's done. It's damaged. It's desync would be happy for it.
Yeah, and you know what could happen as networking gets better and things get more powerful, they can start adding that detail
Later.
back in.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. They can
But you're
do it
right. I
later.
think they got blinders on with this super high resolution detail for everything, which
Right.
I even want. Everyone wants that. But what's the point of it if there's desync everywhere?
You know what it is? It impresses Chris.
And this is where I have my problems. I don't know
whoa.
too much about Chris Roberts, but I do know one thing. He's never made an MMO before.
Mm.
And he needs to get, if he already hasn't understood this, but I'm sure he
Experts.
has. But
Bring
he's
in
smart.
experts.
Oh, sorry, what's that?
Bring in the experts so it can keep a
Well,
balance.
Yeah, and what gives me hope is he's relented on a lot of stuff.
He
Where
had
it's like,
to.
I want this to be high fidelity, but okay, we can't. But
Was-
yeah, he needs to be like, I don't know MMOs. And the
Right.
challenges with a single player, he can have all the fidelity you want, right?
Correct.
But once you start talking about talking over a network like that, you have to simplify things, just like you said.
Correct.
So
Yep.
I think he's learning that,
Balance.
which is why, yeah. So, but yeah, they're gonna have to. I hope that's not the case. I hope they're not just trying to impress Chris, because I'm hoping that Chris understands because he's a very smart person
Yes.
that like we can't do this. Like,
Correct.
that's all right.
Yeah, the system, even with dynamic server meshing, we have our limits.
Yeah, because of physics. Like, I'm sorry, I don't care who you are, you can't beat physics until you come out with new tech.
Exactly. So you got to dial some things to make. You got to dial back the mechanics. You can make it look pretty, but dial back the mechanics.
Yes. And guess what? Dialing it back may make it funner. Like I know
Yes.
even myself, I wanted to be all intricate and stuff, but
That's too much, dude. We
be
don't have
honest-
time for that.
no.
A lot of us,
Like
our times are not in sync, and then we get there, and we're like, do I really have
Yeah.
time for this?
well, it's not just that, but let me ask you this question. And I may get burned on this one, but when you hop in a ship, how much do you really bother with like the triangles? The
Not
power
much.
triangle things.
Not much, to be
Yep, I
honest.
don't either.
Yeah, and I get
I
in
don't see anyone
combat, I'm
doing
just going for it. Yeah, they do it. They
Yeah.
do it. They preset it. You know, they preset it, and you know that right now they're forcing us with this UI stuff. Like when you go to get in your ship, you turn it on, and you expect to, you know, why am I not strafing up? Oh, you got to look at the UI, fiddle with the engines. You're right. So they're saying,
Yeah.
you better respect my UI work. So I'm gonna make you, you know, adhere to it by adjusting stuff on those components. It's like, okay, yeah, you got me. But other than that, if it would just fly up, I don't care. I'm not messing with it.
That's that, dude. I used to do that. I used to like go into the ship and okay for
Yeah,
SCM mode, make sure it's this, and for
it faded. It faded after a while because you're
Yeah.
so focused on getting into the game, and that's the point we're making. Let's get the basics out, and if it's something that makes sense later on, then go ahead and
Yep.
dial it in, man. But it gives you
Yeah, exactly.
time to do these things because you have a core. You don't have a core yet,
yeah.
and then you have to you have to double back, or you have to renege on it because damn, it's not what I thought it would be because it's too intensive and it's not playing right. It's like those missions. They have those things dialed up and the system saying no, it's not going to work.
Yeah, and you know what everyone does? They hop in their ship, they turn it on. They're like, oh, I need to jump, so let me put in nav mode. They put in nav mode, they get out of the hangar, they jump. They're like, okay, I'm at a planet now. Okay, let me get to this post or this place on the planet. They jump again, then they hightail it as fast as they can to make up the 20 kilometers or whatever it may be. As soon as they come close to the base, they put into nav mode, to SCM mode, and that slows the ship down for them. And
Yep.
then they hightail it to a pad. They put the landing gear down, and that slows them down so they don't crash into the pad. And that is engineering.
Yep. That's
That's
it.
what everyone does. I
Yep.
was the only one who
I do
does
it.
that, but no, everyone
Yep.
does that.
Yep. It's simple. It's simple because there's other aspects of the game that will grab your attention.
Yeah, because yeah, and so I hope they notice that because like no one's touching the screen anymore. They used
Mm-mm.
to, but
It faded.
one you gotta yeah, and you gotta
It's not
scroll
fun.
sideways, which makes no sense, and then
Yeah, it's not fun anymore.
no.
It
Well,
should,
not just that. No, you know what? It's beyond not fun. It's just that people don't think about it anymore.
yeah,
They
and
don't.
nav
It
mode
doesn't.
is going away. Imagine that. Nav mode is going
Yeah,
away.
which will
Mm.
help because it's one less cognitive thing you have to think about. But think about this as well. Like, if they don't make it easier to change between power modes, or not change between power modes, but like these blocks don't somehow become easier.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is how I look at it. Okay, um, you should have like three settings for your shields as an actual button, and like things should just be maybe like
Yeah.
actual buttons on the dashboard, and other
Mm-hmm.
things can be more dynamic. And that
Yeah.
way you can just kind of set it to like full shield. I
Yeah.
don't know. They need to figure out how to make it to where people actually use it.
Yeah. Feel
What I'm saying.
now it's like you got shields forward, left, right, back, below you, above you. I'm like, holy smokes.
Yeah, no one's gonna set that.
Now,
Like, I'm sorry.
now
Like,
for a multi-crew, let's say it's a capital ship. That works.
yeah, that works for sure.
Yeah, that works. Keep it from capital. Move it from your light fighter because you don't need all that aspect because it's a small footprint. Either you
Yep.
put the shields up high or you full shields or you dial it back or you turn them off. Something like that. But for the multi-crew, yeah, if you're getting pounded on the port side, all power to port. You know, your captain's like all power to port, and you're the shield person. You do it, or you see it happening, and you move that power allocation to it, and then all of a sudden,
Exactly.
engineers like, okay, I got to override here. I got to make sure they get power, right?
Correct.
Because
Yeah.
there's hierarchies, and see, this is the stuff we should be practicing and understanding, but they're hogging it up, holding on to it, and it gets in our hands and it don't work, and then they give me my toys, I'm taking it away, I'm leaving, I'll come back
Yep.
when I'm ready. It's like, no, we can all work it out together. We could.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why like I know the flight models become infamous, but I, I'm sure you remember me telling, or maybe you don't, because who remembers what I say, but immediately after the new current flight model came out,
Yep.
people kept blaming PvPers for like, oh, they're the only ones who don't like it. But because I watch so many streams during the day, because I have the luxury to do that while I do my job, like it wasn't. The cargo people were complaining about it. The mining people were complaining about it.
Damn.
The racers gave up racing. And that was my cue, was like, it's not just the PvPers saying that this is like really dumb,
Yeah.
because there was no one saying anything positive. Most of the industrial players were saying, well, this is alpha and CIG will figure it out. AKA, this thing sucks. So you have
Yeah.
the PvPers who are just coming out and saying this thing sucks and this is what they need to do to fix it. Most of the industrial players, like cargo hauling and like mining and all of that, were saying, no, you just gotta trust CIG and
Right.
they'll figure it out. They weren't saying anything
No.
positive, but they weren't, the thing they're saying was like neutral, basically. And the racers, they just stopped racing.
Yeah. Those events.
They didn't say anything. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think the
And
sad part of it is people just stop playing it, and then why aren't people, then it's like this question, why aren't people dogfighting or racing? And
Well, it's
I'll look
worse.
into it. I'll look into it.
No, well, that's what eventually happened. But before that, it was like, oh, trust us. We played this internally and people had fun. You guys just don't know yet.
Yeah, I remember that. That was told. It's like,
That was like
mm,
a lot of gaslighting. And then the PvP or like Avenger 1 and stuff started demoing it. Like, this is why this doesn't work.
yeah,
Like on his stream, him and his org would demo it.
yeah.
And they still were like, no, you still don't. I know you play our game 10 hours a day, 365 days a year, but you still don't know what you're talking about when it comes to
Yeah.
this, because we're the experts. We know what fun is. You don't really.
Yeah, and I heard someone, matter of fact, this morning, talking about how, I'm not going to say their name, but he was mentioning how people are taking advantage of aim assist and ESP, and they're like, basically, he said they're cheese whizzing it, and they're not actually putting any skill in behind it. And he
What
was
is
even,
ESP? I forgot.
what is it? ESP.
Or like, what does it do? I mean, I don't need to know the acronym, but
Let me see.
I mean, I get what. But yeah, like I know with the aim assist, like
Yeah, these are
yeah,
aim
people basically.
assist was one targeting. I think it's in targeting.
Okay, I gotta check it. It's okay, but yeah, sorry. I was kind of. I don't. I'll look it up later as well.
But I'm like, damn, dude. He was just saying how they have macros. People were using macros, basically cheating it out so that they don't. It didn't require any skills.
Yeah.
It didn't require any skills, so it's more about not really learning it. And I think what he was saying, in essence, I think there's a consensus of people who, I don't have time for that, or I don't understand what this is, so you need to give me something that's simple. And then he also
Yeah.
he talked about the XML file, like when you make adjustments on your flight model to do certain things, it don't really change. You have to go into the XML file sheet, or the XML files, and change the numbers to make it work. And what that is, they don't have the true flight model completed, where if you they're not communicating with each other because it's not turned on. In other words, the
Interesting.
flight model is not even really working the way it's supposed to with those settings. Making those settings adjust according to how you want to make your settings. They don't have
Yep.
it actually, turned on because they're still working on it. And they went
Yeah.
back to and they said this is it, and then they go back to the drawing board, and they're still saying there's some things that, physically, the ship shouldn't be doing this. And so I don't know, man. I think is it they're going for the arcade feel, and I think maybe there's a miscommunication with that too, that because of what it looks like, how you can fly, that the perception is this needs to be more on the lines of a flight sim style, whereas it's the thing of, hey, I'm trying to do something like bring Wing Commander back, and it wasn't based on flight sim. It was arcade style, dogfight thing. And I think maybe there's a miscommunication with that. What does CIG want as opposed to what does the community want? And I think this is all based on Chris's style of what the gameplay should be. Will he concede?
I hope so. You know what it is? What I've gathered it is, because you're 100% right. I don't think it's what CIG wants and the community wants. I mean, I guess it is, but it's more like, on one hand, they want to use real physics on spaceships, but then they want the spaceships to fly like World War II fighters.
Yeah.
And you can't have both.
Correct. And so that's Chris. Chris, this is the Wing Commander successor, right? So he wants that to carry out, not just for Squadron 42, but the persistent universe. But then he's also saying, well, everyone is not going to be that elite 1% of PvPers. No one will never be that good, or I'm afraid I'll lose this game over that, right? So I need to put it in hands of options with, I want to keep it simple so people can say, okay, this is fun, and I'm going to engage and fight based on these simple mechanics.
Well,
I'm not going to please
the previous flight model was.
I don't know. That's weird. That's weird.
You know why I say that? Is because when you were in space, it had 6 degrees of freedom, and all they have to do was adjust the thrusters.
But that's the thing. You have, because of what Star Citizen is, it has two aspects of how ships fly. You have a spaceship that can fly like an airplane in atmosphere, right?
Which is fine. Yeah, yeah.
Right, but
I
it's,
think
is it
they need
executed
to.
correctly?
Yeah, yeah, it's not because what they tried to do was they were like, well, we wanted to fly like an airplane in space and in the atmosphere.
Right.
But
Good
what's
point.
happened,
Yeah.
ironically, is the
Yeah.
opposite. Like
Yeah.
in space, it doesn't make sense for it to fly like a airplane, but they're
Right.
forcing that. But then
Correct.
guess what? You can have a Polaris that's nose down in atmosphere,
Ouch.
which is something that you should be able to do in space and not in atmosphere.
Right.
And I think to
Ouch.
simplify it, they just need to say, look, this game has real physics in it. So when you're in space, it'll work one way, and when you're in Atmo,
Mm-hmm.
it'll be like a flight sim. But we can gamify the flight sim part of it to make it easier, but still have some skill there,
Mm-hmm.
and not touch the space part where most people are going to be anyways. And
Mm-hmm.
now I think you have best of both worlds.
Yeah.
But if they're trying to force the 6 degrees of freedom to be like, okay, well the thing has to fly like an airplane everywhere, it makes no sense because how are you
Yeah.
gonna how are you gonna have the Einstein fly like an airplane anywhere?
Yeah.
You can't because it's not aerodynamic like an airplane.
Yeah. I'm not. I don't understand where it's coming from.
Yeah.
Um.
But
It's,
you know what the simple solution is? Exactly what you just said earlier. Just take away the resolution and simplify it.
yeah.
Don't have to make it arcadey, but look, in space, you're gonna have thrusters thrusting you around everywhere. So just tune it for that. Don't worry about how it flies or what it looks like while flying. And
Yeah.
in Atmo, sure, adjust it to where the spaceships that look like airplanes fly a little bit more like airplanes, and the things that look like bricks fly a little bit more like bricks.
Yeah. I'd tell you like this though. I think the
Mm,
flight model team they have a hard job, man, because
they do.
they're trying to appease two entities, and that being the community. But at the end of the day, their boss is saying, "I want it this way." That's the bottom line. Their boss is saying, "I want it this way. This is my game. This is how I want it. This is my vision. Do it." And
And the
you got
yeah,
people like Avenger One showing you, "Hey, look, man. If you do this physically, this is what's going on. If you're doing that," and they're like, "Yeah," but they're not. They can't say, "Hey, look, man. This is not coming from me." But you know,
so this is why I like comic books. Superman had one thing that made him like vulnerable. It was kryptonite.
right?
Like you have Spider-Man that has things that make Spider-Man vulnerable. You had
Like real
Achilles,
life, real
who,
life.
yeah. So my point is this: if Chris is so hell bent on having spaceships fly like planes, and he's willing to tank the whole project on it, then go for it. I
um,
hope they can convince him by saying, "Look, bro, like your whole vision is gonna be tanked if you're sticking to some of these things that work in a single player airplane-looking spaceship, but this doesn't work in this MMO." And if they can nudge him in the direction to concede a little bit, he'll have a better game.
I think it's perception. I think if he sees people like streamers that fly low altitude and they're laughing and having a great time. Well, guess what? The perception is they're having a great time. The flight model is great, and
I'm a little more cynical, but yeah.
or you hear the arguments about, even like pirates are trolling people and they're fighting them and doing all these other things. Oh, we got to curve them back because there's bad behavior. But guess what? They like the flight model because why? They're in those ships fighting. Here's the other thing. Oh, we make ships and you guys are buying the hell out of them. We're having the best year ever, and the core of our revenue is ships. So what's
Yeah.
the problem?
Yeah.
Basically, what's the problem then?
That's why the Achilles
It's
heel, the kryptonite for
it's
Chris Roberts
it's
is him
perception.
adamant. Look, my thing is, from what I know, his like if he's still adamant that in the MMO, the fighting in space should be cinematic looking. He's
Correct.
gonna tank the whole. That's his kryptonite. He's gonna tank the whole project.
And see, that was the thing back then with Origin. That's what
Yeah.
made him successful. But does it work today? Does it work now? The jury is still out. But you know,
I think it can work in Squadron. I just don't think it could work in the MMO.
right? But I'm saying it's more of he could possibly be looking at, hey, the numbers don't lie, and he sees these sales escalating because of people buying ships left and right. So it's to say, oh, it's only a few of you having this issue, where the majority of people, they're having a great time. Again, I don't know, but it's just
Yeah.
that could be
I get
the
what you're
possible perception of it, until
But-
people are like, I don't really do. Well, it's like maybe I don't. You have pockets of PvPers here and there, but for the most part, they're doing all these other things with these ships, which you're flying in. So he doesn't really see it as a major issue until, it goes the way of elevators. Right now, it's not a major issue.
I agree, and I think, but what gives me hope is the fact that they have backed down on master modes, or not even master mode, but the whole
Right.
context switching thing.
Yeah,
The problem I have from what you're saying is not what you're saying,
right.
but if they are interpreting the data that way, then they're gonna be
Ex-
highly shocked.
Exactly.
Because, dude, people are keeping everything on their ships default and just flying them.
Right, but
They're
then
not having
again,
fun because
well, now hold on now. Like Avenger 1, he tricks his stuff out, man. And he'll
He
tell
does,
you,
but
yeah.
oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying the PvP branch of the game, they are, like he alluded to, because I was asking him about it, and I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? You don't use those components. You use the competition components because they're so broken. You're supposed to use these instead. I'm like, what?
Yep. No, so I get that. I think players will swap out components, but I think when it comes to like tuning the ship,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
if I think what's happening is the 1%ers of Star Citizen are tuning their ships,
Correct.
and 99% of everyone is just getting in their ship and flying.
That's true.
So
Exactly.
if they're looking at the data as, oh my God, everyone's having fun, so there's nothing wrong with ships, they're only looking at the surface. They need to scratch the surface.
Right.
When they scratch the surface and they see that none of the miners are actually doing the power thing to get their lasers more, they're just, I can't crack this. Okay, let me go to the next one.
Right.
Oh, well, I can't crack this. Let me.
But
Or
you,
the way we just explained how we use like the current flight model of just boosting everywhere
Yeah.
and then just pressing B to switch
Yeah.
to slow down and then N to slow down even more.
but you know the crazy
they-
thing? Yeah.
Mhm.
But slowing down, but what? Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna finish my thought of like, if they look at that and they look at us playing and we're still having fun and they say, oh, see, there's nothing wrong with the flight model.
Right.
They haven't scratched the surface because we're not touching anything else on the ship.
Correct. We're just getting in
Like-
and just doing it by default.
Yeah, like we'll swap out components because everyone does do that still, but everything else is hitting the shift button and then switching between B, like
Correct.
nav mode, SCM mode, and landing gear mode.
Right.
And that's all we're doing. We're pressing 3 buttons. And that's it.
Right. But you have to be, but what it is, it's got to be something that you're really into to kind of get you to engage and kind of tweak things, right? So,
Correct. Yep.
because we see it. We see it across different disciplines, obviously, right? But the crazy thing about the flight model is, we're having a lot of push and pull based upon the state of it, right? Not,
Yeah.
and this is CIG. This is on CIG. This is, we're having these conversations or these debates, heated, in some cases, heated debates about the flight model when it's still a work and it's not even a tier 0 right now. And that's the sad part about it. We're going through all these growing pains of where it needs to be when it hasn't even really got off on the right foot, period.
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at all the things that are coming down the line, Maelstrom, um, the controlled surfaces, crafting. They're saying we're gonna craft these vehicles, and then you're gonna at some point you're gonna incorporate different types of metals to change the overall weight and density of these ships based upon. Hey, I want to fortify it, make it more of a tank, or I want to keep it light because I want to fight in it. And then you're talking about physicalization of when you talk about physicalization of these components, you're talking about crafting, you're talking about upkeep and maintenance and wear and tear, and then you're going to compile those elements and those tools and those weapons. You're gonna compile it against the economy system, saying you're not always gonna have the well refined and the best of the best. So it's like, dude, they gotta really get on the ball with this stuff, because we're having these. And you know what? Yeah, we're having these petty conversations or these arguments about something that's still in the air of a concept, and it's not even proven to work. Get it in the arena, commander, then have the debate.
Absolutely. And you know what's salt in the wound? Hey guys, we got a pilot who's going to make sure that the aerodynamicness of the spaceships and atmosphere is going to be like spot on. Trust us.
It's crazy, man.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And it's like, bro, you don't even have the normal flight model. Like, I don't care about aerodynamic flying right now. Like, we haven't even tested the actual normal flight model that you want.
Right,
and that's the is it is that are they tone deaf, or are we like expecting too much? I don't know.
I don't know, man. It's like it's no work being done to the extent of you're working on it, but there's so many things that will dictate what these ships will do, and then it's not even proven will that formula ever work correctly.
Yeah, because they never still put it out there, like you said. Yeah, like on the Wolf, the little tail thing, right, that sticks out.
Yeah, somebody said I'm gonna shoot that off immediately. I'm gonna shoot that off. I'm like, okay, it's just eye candy. That stuff is eye candy, man.
But if you look in some of the, I think the Q&A or something, they said that eventually, when atmosphere flight comes in, you can use it to help you turn like a rudder.
See, isn't that the craziest thing that we keep doing this stuff?
Yep.
You
like,
say
I don't
it.
care about that.
It don't mean anything.
We don't know.
Yeah, it don't mean anything until you actually have all these systems working. They're barely just. I don't even think they finished the part where you put the components inside the ship, the little panels that open.
No, they didn't.
They're not
they
even.
said that everything is physicalized, but it's not removable or anything like that.
I don't even know what that means in the sense of. There's no direction. There's no completion of it. It's like it's just words, and then it's like you see a little bit of the panel, but then you can go to another ship and say this one doesn't have it on there, or it doesn't work that way. So where is it?
Why would
it's all over the place.
That's what the question was.
Yeah, it's all over the place.
The question was, why didn't you on a brand new ship? You should have just made it gold standard from the beginning.
Yeah, no, it was about a sale, man, because they need it. They need it. The burn rate is high. The burn rate is high. That's obvious. The burn rate is high.
Yeah. I mean, we know what's happening. I guess we talked about it already. They're putting all the resources to Squadron, which is fine. But you know what? If you're going to do that, they still need to have teams to work on core gameplay and simplify it then. Just go back to tier 0 for everything,
Squadron needs to start earning its keep.
Yeah, but they can do it.
Squadron's not earning its keep right now.
No, I think it's a priority thing. I think that, yes, 95% of the resources should go to Squadron because they just need to, because it's getting too late. But guess what? If you know that your transit system's not working, definitely use some of those Squadron 42 resources to help figure out. Because look, you're not going to have 10 people trying to code the same code base. That's just stupid. Most of the time you have like 2 people.
Yeah.
So dedicate 2 people and maybe like a tester for the transit system and the elevators, for example. You got Yogi's team and Yogi working on the flight model. So
Put it in tech preview.
yes, and just say, look, this is the flight model with no engineering in it. We're just trying to see if it works or whatever, and or
Yeah.
scrap it all and go back to the previous flight model that everyone enjoyed actually.
Yeah.
But they made some BS up of jousting, which just turned into circling because it's
Yeah.
space.
Yeah.
So go back to the previous flight model that everyone agrees on it, and whatever. Take shortcuts now. Like get to a baseline. Basically, what I'm trying to say in a long-winded way is they need to figure out what their baseline is for these things, and then
Well, yeah.
dedicate teams to work day and night to get those baselines out for Star Citizen, and
Well,
then put them back onto Squadron.
well, the baseline starts with getting it in people's hands and not
Correct.
having
Yes.
to literally have them wait on a so-called finished product. Get it in their hands so that way they actually uh, give you the proper feedback or you see the actual results of it being on the server. Again,
Yes.
it's counterproductive because they don't have proper utilization of their servers or the engine. The engine is still a incomplete mess. It
That's what it
is.
feels like. Yeah.
So, uh, man, I don't know, man. It's just
Well, I mean,
it's
I
not
think
ready.
you nailed it on the head, man. Like when they play this and test it locally, everything's local, so obviously things are gonna work.
It's perfect.
Like they need to do exactly what you said, which was everything now goes into tech preview, and they entice people to go into tech preview to get the concurrency,
See,
and that's all they need to do. It's super simple. Just everything. Put the baseline flight model if they clearly have some baseline, so put that in the tech preview. Have people start playing with it
it doesn't have
and
to be
giving the
finished. It just
no,
gives
it
you
doesn't
a
have to be
it
finished.
gives you a path to like, oh, I see what I need to do. It gives you a
Yeah,
path. You say, okay, I need to do this. This is where I need to go with this, or I see this happening. Hey, let's fix this because I didn't realize it was gonna do this.
yeah. Because right now,
What's
currently
wrong with
everything's a
that?
mess. Like metrics for ships is a mess because like
Yeah,
metrics isn't like the flight envelope.
yeah.
This is why
Supposedly,
like I know people don't like Avenger One, but when I watched all of his stuff like last year into this year,
okay. Why don't they like them?
because he's one percenter, they just assume that he's just a PvPer that just cares about PvPing or like
Well,
fight,
that's
ship
weird
fighting.
because people they'll get in the game and all they do is cargo, or some people get in the game all they do is mining. Other people get in the game all they do is hand mining or salvage.
Yep.
So
Yep.
I don't get that. That's weird.
I think it's a combination of that's all he does, and then he voices his opinion of it.
Is it because he's good at it?
Yeah, that's what my take is.
Haters gonna hate,
When you look at
man.
pure human psychology, but
Haters
the
gonna
other thing
hate.
is this: yeah, people are gonna hate. Everyone has haters. I think what happened with Avenger One was initially he was just like rage pissed, and so he was just saying stuff which he meant, but in the wrong way. But then when he started actually like saying, "Look, guys, I'm going to prove this to you," and he proved it, it was
Mm-hmm.
like people wouldn't pay attention to him because they assumed he was just being irrational about it when he wasn't. But if you
Mm-hmm.
really watch like I don't watch the streams in a while, but if you watch the streams from when the current flight model came out,
Mm-hmm.
he basically would do a presentation and say, "This is the circle, and this is this, and this is this, and
Yeah.
watch.
Yeah.
When I do this, this, and this,
Yeah.
this is what like these guys are gonna be in a hammerhead, and I'm gonna be in what's it called, a Merlin, and I will take down the hammerhead, and this is why."
Oh damn. In a
And he would
Merlin?
explain it. Yeah,
Oh
and
yeah,
he would
that's an
take it down.
example. Yeah.
Yeah, with a fully crewed hammerhead. And he's like,
Damn.
well, guess what? The Merlin is small enough to stay out of the range of their fire, but I can go in real quick and like shoot at them really quick or get so close that they can't shoot me now.
Yeah.
And so he went through all these scenarios and he got nothing from CIG except for, oh well, he's just a one percenter.
Yeah, I heard that about the ranges too. I think I saw this streamer. He does a lot of PvP, and he said the ranges, in order to fix them, the larger capital ships should have a longer range The fighter ships should be able to should not have that long range. They need to come in closer in order to do damage. He said,
Yes.
you do that, it'll be perfect. Which I think it
Yeah,
makes
and-
common sense. It's scale. It's
Yeah,
proper
it's
scale. You're not utilizing proper scale. So they can sit from a distance and take pop shots at the large ship, and that's it. It's done.
Pretty
So,
much.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, well, and he also went over the flight envelope thing. So he said, "Look, guys, I agree that the speed should be slower," but he was
Correct.
like, "The way they executed it was wrong."
Wow.
Because like they basically just made a circle, and then they were trying to like manually like do like up thrust or down thrust, and then because they have this mandate that every ship needs to fly like an airplane, they
Yeah.
purposely nerfed the bottom thrusters.
That's Chris.
And-
That's Chris.
Yeah,
That's
that's
not
Chris.
coming
And-
from people who know about flight. That's coming from, hey, I did this in Wing Commander. This is the successor to Wing Commander. I want my Wing Commander.
Which
Period.
is fine, but guess what? Your wing commander didn't have an ironclad. How are you gonna make an ironclad fly like a shit, like an airplane?
Yeah, it's
Like it's a
just,
brick. You can't make it fly that, or you can't make a brick fly. Anyways, so he basically was like, look, they nerfed it so much that the bottom thrusters don't do anything. But guess what? You can corkscrew and get past that. And that's what he would
Or-
show then. He would just basically show you can just keep corkscrewing and
Or
nobody hit you.
Yeah. Or it could be this.
Oh.
Chris is trusting these guys to do the right thing and fix things.
Yep.
And so their results are, hey, we're going to go back to the drawing board. Chris is like, okay, I trust you. I want
Yeah.
a good product. So they're going about it. They're doing it their way. And they're fixated on their narrative. And
Yep.
now it's coming to the point of, okay, what's going on? And then it could
Exactly,
be very
yep.
well said, okay, this isn't working. And then next thing you know, they've been reassigned. They've been
Well, I don't-
reassigned.
Well, I don't think Yogi would be reassigned.
No,
But
I'm
I
just
think it's
saying.
exactly what you said.
Right.
Yeah,
To
yeah.
some
Or
extent.
to Squadron.
Yeah. Work on this, and or I need to bring in some more people, or
So what
I don't know, man.
what doesn't make sense though is then why would they talk about atmosphere flight? You know,
Right.
if they had no resources to work on the flight model because they're focused on Squadron 42, why even bring up Atmo flying right now? You know.
Well, I think there's going to be atmospheric flight in Squadron 42.
Oh, okay, yeah, that could be it. Then
Yeah.
that's even more that they need to get in a tech preview so people actually can do it and be like, yeah, this is doable or whatever.
Yeah. I don't know,
think,
man.
okay,
It's-
what's happened with the elevators and the transit system is exactly what's happening with the flight model right now.
Yeah.
There's zero communications. No one knows what it even feels like. And they need to get something out into players' hands to see if it actually works. Like,
Yeah.
but
It's
look, it's
not
super
easy.
simple. It's exactly they need to do what we just outlined, which is whatever they have, get it out, and see what happens.
Yeah, I think it's a slippery slope because it's their job. That's their area of expertise. And I don't think they want to consent to say, well, I'm going to start listening to people and this is their solution. And they're right. It's more of, I got this. It's more of that. It's like, I can handle this. And that's what it is.
Which
and
is
it's,
fine.
Right, it's fine. But until it's proven otherwise, they got it. And I think once it gets into people's hands and then it's exposed, then it's like, this is not so good. Or it could be, okay, you're into something. But that's, the jury is out because we're waiting and it's taking a while. And the thing about it is, it's got to work, because if you come back with this again and you're scrapping it over, or people don't take
Yep.
to it the right way, then we got an issue, man. We got issues here.
But you know how you counter that? Remember, earlier, it was like they're between a rock and a hard place, and so the only thing they can do is communicate.
Yeah.
What you do is this, and I think I heard that they might be kind of doing this. You reach out to the top five PvP players. You reach out to the top five mining people.
Mm-hmm.
You reach out to the top five, like as in like they reach out to the top five cargo hauling people.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, every single game loop they have, they look at their metrics and they say these are the top five people who are doing all this all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Then they reach out to them and they say, hey, um, we don't we want to show you some stuff and get your opinions on some of the work we're doing. We can't tell you much until you sign this NDA if you're interested. They
Yeah.
sign the NDA. They let those people play with the flight model because now it's every single game loop, the top five people who play every single game loop. Then they can give honest feedback to, well, this works for us, but this doesn't work for this, or this doesn't work for
Yeah.
that.
I think they've been doing that, but
I do
think,
too.
yeah, but I think it's been a point of it could have gotten to a point of, okay, that's enough, thank you, I got it from here type of deal, and it's like, no, I don't agree, but nope, I got it, thank you, we'll take it from
Yeah,
here.
you could be right.
Yeah, and,
But then it's more important that they get out to everyone and just know that there's going to be a backlash.
um,
But you know the problem is that everyone is having fun. Okay, people were complaining that they were getting like, you know, like one really good player was like killing them continuously,
right,
which is a problem. But
right,
everyone was having fun with the previous flight model. Racers were,
right,
industrial people didn't have problems, PvPers didn't have a problem, pirates didn't have a problem, haulers didn't have a problem.
right. I think what it is,
Yeah.
damn, I got a crime stat 3.
Oh my God, what? How'd you do
I
that?
thought they were criminals.
Oh,
I'm in trouble now, buddy.
oh my
Rating
God,
increase,
man,
yeah.
yeah.
I'm a criminal.
Yeah, I think you can pay off a 3 still, I think.
No, I'm gonna head back to the station.
Yeah.
I think what it is no one's really into it right now, so it's kind of like it's a niche. PvP
Yeah.
is a niche, and so what they're saying is it's almost like saying we need to make it great again. We need to make it good. We need to get
Yeah.
it back to where it's fun, and that's their mandate. I think it's not so much pressure coming from people like Avenger One or any other PvPer. They're chiming in and they're like, well, I think they're getting the fact is, I think what they're getting is the consensus is that people don't want that. That's why they're not playing it, right? So you're doubling down on this hardcore physics aspect of the game. And it's like,
Yeah.
I'm not, Chris wants it fun. He wants people engaging. He wants people playing combat. They want all of that. And then matter of fact, throw in a little bit of the Wing Commander stuff for me too. So it's not like it's a heavy pressure thing on it because they're the 1%ers are the only ones who are complaining. But guess what? The majority of people aren't saying anything. Why? Because they're mining, they're doing salvage, they're doing cargo running, they're doing PvP, not PvP, FPS. They're doing all these other things. They're doing missions. They could care less about all they doing. Like you said, what did you describe? I get in my ship, I cheese whiz this, I put on my landing gear, and I'm there. It's about give me Nyx, give me Terra, give me these locations. I want to be an explorer. So
Yeah.
it's not a big deal for the
No, but
consensus.
see, but that's the problem is they're looking at the data wrong though, right?
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion, they're looking at data of, okay, only 1% of the people care, everyone else doesn't. Like everyone else is fine.
Oh, I want
it's
the
not that
flight
they're
model to
fine.
be awesome. I want it to be awesome because I look at the game and I'm like, it's got to be a one-to-one experience. I want the flight model to be next level because I put so much into this, whether it's time, resources, or supporting it. I want it to be next level, but I at the same time, I don't want DCS, right, to fly my plane, but I want some sort of consistency.
like,
Yeah.
okay, there are two things here that like I agree with you, but check this out. With this current flight model, there are more people who aren't saying anything about it, which is the
Correct.
problem.
Which means they don't like it.
Correct.
When you
So if they're looking at
silence,
the data,
it's not
they're
good.
saying no one's saying anything. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
That's bad.
That's bad, yeah. But
Yeah.
if they look at it as oh well, that's perfectly fine. It's only the 1% complaining.
Correct, because
No.
they're passionate about it.
Yes, but you know what the second thing is? Remember they did like that forum on how we could like what problems do you have with ships or something?
Mm-hmm.
And basically everyone who filled it out basically said that the current flight model and master mode sucks. And they
Mm-hmm.
came out and said, "Hey, we weren't looking for the feedback that you guys gave us. We were looking at like how
Oh.
we could modify it."
Oh,
But
damn.
everyone who took it, from like the PvPers to the miners to the racers, all basically said the same thing. I don't know if you remember that, but
No, I think there was a survey, and I think they were
yeah, there was a survey.
it hit them below the. Hey, man, you guys took this too far, or you're
Yeah.
out of line here. So,
But
yeah.
but you know what I do know is that the previous flight model, everyone seemed to agree, and when I say everyone, I mean like a vast amount of the streamers that I watched, and even people I play with, agreed that that was a really good flight model. And people
Which
had fun
one?
with it.
The old school one, the Arena Commander original one?
No, like just the one right before this one, like the
Really?
318 flight model. Yeah.
You know what? That streamer did say, was it 318 was good, you said?
Well, it was the one
Or
right
3.8.
before we got master modes.
So what version was that? Anyone know?
I don't remember.
'cause I hear-
I just have. Mhm.
Yeah, I hear people saying this guy John Pritchard did a great job. It was when we first got into Arena Commander. Now I can remember what I remember about that. What I heard about that was, it was mentioned. Well, my experience with that was, didn't know who did it at the time. All I could remember was, I got into an Aurora and I gave hell to a Super Hornet, and all I wanted to do was just jump back in, do it again and again and again and again. I said, "Whoa, this is fun." And that was using just the HOTAS, the throttle and the stick. That was it.
Yeah. Yep.
But I do have to give him credit for at least the aspect of getting into the dual sticks, dual stick controls. And I'm like, wow, this is next level. You're flying a spaceship and you're utilizing dual sticks, and thinking it would become more complicated. The learning curve was there for sure. But once
Yeah.
you've gotten over that, you're just like, man, this is special. So some credit is due there,
So people, I do remember people did like that. So from what I remember on that one, that was the ultimate flight model because it took into account real physics.
Yeah,
The problem was it was great with sticks,
yeah.
but it sucked with keyboard and mouse.
Okay. Yep.
But what people were saying was whatever flight model we had right before master modes came out,
Mm-hmm.
that flight model, most people agree, was a very fun flight model, and no one really was complaining. The only complaints that I remember from that flight model was, "Oh, the 1%ers can kill me really easily."
Yeah.
But guess what?
I'm gonna try to get my crime stat done, man. I'm gonna try to pay a fine. I hope I don't run into a. Damn, which way am I going? I don't. Security.
I don't think you should. Yeah, no, I think with the crime stat 3, I think you can still pay it off.
I'm gonna try.
Yep.
Oh shit! Sorry.
But, Kimmy, you know what the kicker is?
What?
Is without anything like Maelstrom being in place or anything like that,
Mm-hmm.
they basically said we need to change the flight model because people are jousting.
Yeah, Chris talked. That was years ago. He didn't. He saw that as a problem, and I think people were pissed about it too.
Yeah, but it's like, hey, like I don't know. At the end of the day, what I do know is the previous five multi master modes. Most everyone actually enjoyed it.
Mm.
So I don't know, like,
Yeah.
and then they added master modes, and then this whole SCM and nav mode thing, which everyone was saying that's not going to work because they already tried it once in the past and no one liked it.
Yeah.
And then they're trying it again and trying to convince us that no, you'll like it because internally we played with this. And but they had tried it at a previous five mile like 2.0 or something, like one of the 2.0 branches.
Yeah.
So
That's a hard nut
oh
to
yeah,
crack. That's tough on them.
it is, man. But I think they need to just do what we said, and
Oh no.
whatever
I'm not
whatever
saying
they have,
that.
put it out there, man.
Um.
Whatever they have, put it out there.
Yeah. That's. I think it's kind of like I've seen it with corporations where your boss will management whatever VPs will come up with this idea, and you're like, what, right? And then you
Yeah.
basically, and you'll have instances of people pissed off, and they I'm not gonna do it, and it's like the best thing you can do is says, okay, I'm gonna give it a try, and make it and see and try to make it work, and when and then they see that they tried to get it to work, and it shows
Mhm.
that it doesn't work, they'll relent and they'll go a different direction. I think in this instance, it's gonna go. If it's not right, you'll
Mhm.
still see people still doing what they do. You're gonna still see the 1%er PvPers still in the ships fighting, and that's the perception. Is like, if you don't like it, why are you flying a ship then? Why are you still
So
dogfighting? That's the
going with
perception.
that,
Yep.
that is, but it's also reality because after Master Modes came out,
Yeah.
a lot of racing people stopped playing Star
I
Citizen.
noticed that. Yep.
Yeah, yep, and a big portion of the PvPers stopped playing Star Citizen.
Yeah.
And so what does that tell? So then again, they're looking at if they are looking at the data that way, they're looking at it wrong because they have less players playing it. Because the players who actually enjoyed the game, which were not just the PvPers, it was the racers and the PvPers.
Yeah.
Um, like a big portion of them stopped playing the game completely.
Yeah. Yeah. And
So
it's
what does that tell you, right? Like,
right.
so I don't know. It's like if they are doing this groupthink thing or this like this echo chamber thinking, then they're gonna be in a world of hurt regardless. Like they need to stop it then.
Well, I think the metric for them,
Hmm.
they'll go ahead and release whatever they're going to release. I mean, it's a trickle process, so I fear that it's going to be a slow, drawn out process of, okay, we're gonna, because they tweaked something in 4.3, so you're going to get another tweak. Eventually you're going to get the physicalized surface, and then eventually you're going to get Maelstrom. So what's going to happen is all these components and pieces will be added, and then the true metric for them is either it's not going to change anything,
Hmm.
meaning people still going about their business of salvage and, like you say, we cheese whizzing it with going to point A to point B and doing whatever,
Yeah.
or people will be playing it more. That's the end result that they want. But if they don't see a concurrency of people jumping in and wanting to do the PvP, it failed again.
Correct. Yep.
That's the
Yeah,
only
you're absolutely right.
metric that, based on people's feedback, it's more a thing of, I guess, it's confrontational when you say, I'm channeling or looking through the eyes of the developer, and they're offering this, and you say you need to do it this way. It's confrontational. It's interpreted as confrontational. It's like you
Yep.
don't know what you're doing, and they kindly say it in a polite way. I appreciate, or say it in a way that's respectful. But it's like saying,
Yeah.
"Nah, you don't know what you're doing," and so basically you've told them, double down, keep your heads down, and do it. Do what you do best, or trust yourself, because this person
Well,
is telling me what I need to do when I was hired on for this job. So it's going to go that route. But again, the
Yeah.
metric is going to be that of
Absolutely.
what's the
Yeah.
percentage of people playing.
Like if
Did
those
it go
racers
up?
don't come back. Yeah.
Did the numbers go up or not?
Correct. Yep. Which is good. I mean, hopefully they do. The problem is like just what we said, like their core gameplay aspects that are not as like they're not finalized,
Mm-hmm.
and they continue adding more stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like, but you don't even have the flight model. You're gonna add aerodynamics now, like
Correct.
and moving parts. Like your
Yeah.
newest ship doesn't even have removable components, and
Yes.
you're talking about like all the ships gonna have moving parts on them for aerodynamics and atmosphere.
Mm-hmm. And
Like,
didn't they,
why didn't you add that in the newest ship? You know, like I don't know.
well, because it's going to be a holistic approach, meaning it's a mass process of changes, where one ship they're not going to have that. Oh shit, he knocked me out.
Don't know.
Dude hit me in the back.
Well, do you know what the scarier thing is? Like a lot of it's scary, but they have not gold standard any starter ships.
No.
As far as I understand.
No, it's just basically get it in the game and it's flyable, and that's it.
No, but that's a problem, right? Because if Squadron 42 comes out next year and you got all of these starter ships that are not gold standard,
Right.
like for example, I like the Avenger Titan and I fly that mostly,
Mhm.
but it doesn't have proper storage. Like I can't open storage up properly on it. Like I still have to click on the ramp to open it up because there are no buttons on it.
Right.
How's that gonna look? That your introductory ships are not the best ships when it comes to functionality in the game.
Mm. Yeah. That keeps you in the game, and
Yeah, or just like you think that the Avenger Titan and like the Aurora would
true
at least
starter
have buttons
ships.
on them now.
It's called
Yeah.
starter ships.
Which most people are gonna get because most people are gonna have starter ships. They're not gonna go buy the Kraken as their first ship, you know.
Yeah.
They're not gonna buy the Spirit like lineup as their first ship.
Look at this guy, man.
You know. So it's like when are you gonna work on that? Like that's kind of more important.
Yeah. You beat me down, man.
Oh no. Wait, where were you? Were you in a space station or
He's having this fun. Look at this guy. Oh, damn. Oh, shit. I fell. Oh, crap.
you know, Cammy, it's just an alpha.
It doesn't feel like it. That son of
I
a
know, I
gun.
know.
I'm in jail.
Oh no.
Oh, shoot.
The good thing is I think pressure is fixed, so you can get out reliably.
Oh, gosh. Oh, damn it.
But no, Kimmy, I think I hope CIG, and I think they have learned, or they're realizing that a new era is like their previous era is closing and a new one starting.
Yeah.
And I hope they use this SACON to really kind of change up the way they do
CitizenCon
the
Direct.
releases.
Directly to
Yep.
you. I hope so.
Yep. If oh my god, if an hour, I'm not joking. If an hour of it is Squadron 42, I think they're gonna lose a lot more people.
You can't do an hour of Squadron 42. There's no reason to
I
do
know.
that. I mean,
I agree.
none. I I think it should be based, or it could possibly be based on things that we need to see, like maybe as early as December,
Mm.
first quarter next year, right?
Mhm.
Up to that point, or hey, hello, right after CitizenCon, we're dropping content. For it to be 2 hours, I cannot understand or see the reason of coming out for the event and just to talk about Squadron 42. That would be a serious disconnect. We need to see something. We need meat and potatoes, man. I mean, I don't see Squadron 42 ready to come out this year. If they do, I'm like,
No, it's not. From what I understand, like they need to
or
start
next year.
marketing like 9 months ahead, is what I've heard.
Yeah. So it could very well be the base building stuff and maybe definitely Nyx as a tech preview, kind of what they did with
Yep.
Pyro. Make it tech preview, or if it's even better, then because of how it's built and what's in it,
Mhm.
I could definitely see it by December. Preview by December, and barring any issues, it'll be live by first quarter next year. But get you in
Yeah.
the game, get you playing around, see the new places for it. And that could be based upon the market center that they revamped, and that could be the theme. But yeah,
Yep.
Nyx, yeah, definitely Nyx, man. More ships, of course. That you
Yeah.
can't
Yeah.
go wrong with adding more ships, and I think we're going to get a plethora of ships.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's Nyx. This is all based on Nyx, the next location.
So yeah, I think the perfect combination is base building and mix.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. Yep,
Like
state of the game,
even if it's in a
Scuba.
tech preview, yeah, just like Pyro, like fine, put in a tech preview, but let's start because I think that's what's missing now. Like people are getting tired of having to start over again every single time.
Right.
Spawning in the hangar will help now again,
Yeah,
but if we
yeah.
can get like base building and suit lockers
Apartments,
and Knicks or
interior
apartments,
apartments. Yeah,
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 anywhere where, like you said earlier, like a long time ago today, man, like this is gonna be so much better when I can just grab the stuff I need because it's already there. I
yeah,
don't have to go searching for it or putting it together or whatever. So yeah,
yeah,
I think if they do that, it'll be successful.
yeah.
Like a good year. So yeah.
Yeah, I think they know enough to have a pulse on some things, and we're gonna be out there. We're gonna be watching a lot of this stuff. So, we're gonna be out there watching. So we don't want to look crazy, man. We're gonna be like, okay, we're ready. We're ready to
Yeah,
do it.
yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I know there's watch parties everywhere, and it's not gonna be good if, like you said, CIG shows up to some of these places. Well, I think that'll be good because then they'll get real feedback in real time.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
yeah, it's gonna kind of be like it may deflate everyone if it's not a good SIGCon.
I don't think they want to do that. They
No,
don't
they
want to do
don't.
that.
But like I mean, I think just repeating myself, but if they got base building out in
Mm-hmm.
any form, basically a form where we can go somewhere and put a base down, um, and a hangar and Nyx, then we'll be doing good.
Yeah, Nyx. I think Nyx will be the perfect, piece for what this particular CitizenCon will be about, because right now they need the Squadron 42 to be a done or finished product, and then we can this is guy. How do I set the fight? Oh, he's killing people in here. What's fight? 1 or 2, 3,
Oh,
4?
I think it's 0. I think
Hold on,
0 or 7 or 6.
He's trying
to
to
get
kill
your hands
people.
up.
Son of a gun.
Um,
Damn it, I fell again, man. Oh, oh, damn, crime is so... I gotta... Wait a minute, I got pinched for that? For fighting back? Come on, man.
yeah. See,
Oh, crap.
but so does the other dude. So he's increasing his time
He's a
as well.
lifer. This guy's a
Yep.
lifer.
But
We're in
you
his
know,
home.
Cammy, if in this sitcom all they do is release Knicks, it's gonna be a very bad sitcom.
Hmm.
Because you can't do what you did last year of releasing debuting a new system. That's your first new system. The third system
Yeah.
don't count, you know what I mean?
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Right? Like if they just even if they release 2 new systems, it's gonna be like, okay, well, so like
Yeah.
that's my opinion though. But it's like if you got someone a president last year, you can't get someone else at your office
Mm-hmm.
the same president this
Yeah.
year. You know, like you gotta change it up a little bit.
Well, that's dynamic server meshing. That could be a big thing. Releasing it.
That could be, yeah.
Yeah. And opening
but see,
up.
but
Yeah.
after all of their rhetoric of how easy it is, I'm not even sure if that'll make it, because the one thing we haven't talked about is how well server meshing is working. So,
Well, yeah, I mean, just tech preview it and get a high concurrency of people to say, okay, we got 1,000 people or 1,200 people, you know, or
Yeah,
2,000 on this server, and we're gonna open up Knicks and we're gonna see how it plays out. Maybe not just Knicks, or maybe PTU in a sense of Knicks and all the other stations, and I think that would just blow people's mind away, because you're talking about a lot of players, a lot of
Yeah.
people in this one instance, and I think from there, they have something to work towards, because now you're seeing more people in game.
yeah, I think you're right there. Yeah. If they were to up the numbers to 1,000 or 1,500, or if
Yeah.
they did the number to 2,000, oh my
Yeah,
god! Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
It changes a lot, because you're talking about groups, you're talking about orgs, and now it's going to highlight, you know, if you're doing an op and you're talking about having security, you're seeing a lot of stuff happening, and now you're like, okay, this is starting to open up. This is kind of cool.
Yes.
And then
Yep.
what's the roadmap for next year? And I think that could be another part of a speaking point on what we're going to see. Maybe you get a more focused roadmap for this CitizenCon Direct, where you're
Yeah.
seeing more of, hey, what is next year looking like? Oh, yeah, speaking of next year, Castra first quarter, Terra after that. And I mean, then
Yep.
they start breaking it down. Oh, remember Magna, that's on the map. That's Drake. We're introducing
Yeah.
Drake. I mean, that's when they start running the gamut of introducing things.
I think you're right, dude. If they got dynamic server meshing and like a 2,000 person server account,
Yeah,
or 1,500 to 2,000,
yeah,
they don't need anything else, and it'll be a uber successful year, and people will be hyped.
it's short and simple, right? Short and simple.
You know,
And it's more what is that saying? The low hanging fruit is reachable, and it's right
Yes.
there. It's right around the corner, saying, "Hey, the progress is happening." Right? Yeah, we got to get Squadron 42 out, but we're moving towards that. And Coffee said he heard the scuttlebutt was CIG was trying to hit 1,000 people this weekend. I heard a little bit too. I heard someone talk
really?
about that, Coffee. Yeah, I heard it too. So I think this is
I hope
more
that'll be
a
cool.
realized version. This squadron,
Yeah.
not squadron, but CitizenCon is about the realization of what's right hitting us, you know, soon rather than later.
Yeah.
And I think
I think you're definitely right on that. Yeah.
leveraging that tech preview, that's going to be a big deal. I think they'll
Yep.
have something special, and I think it's going to it helps to relieve a lot of tension, not just internally at CIG and Chris asking what's going on, or he's trying to take care of other things. There's proof in the pudding by doing the tech preview. He can actually
Yep.
look and see it for himself, literally. The
Yeah,
devs can look for themselves and see it literally. Benoit can actually take the actual numbers, the concurrent
Yep.
real numbers that make sense, that have substance. Look at it, get metrics, give the developers their marching orders. You tackle this, we see this, let's get it done. You wipe those bugs out, you move it across PTU with a quickness, hot fix and quickness, and then you sift it over to live, and now you have a seamless experience that's based upon valid testing on the
Yes.
server.
Yep. I mean, also, just to add on to what you're saying, if they can get more than 1,500 players
What did
using dynamic server meshing,
right? That's gonna help them. Yeah, go ahead. I'm not gonna steal your thunder.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I was gonna say that will solidify the tech.
Right. It helps them fix. What did Jared say? In order to see those repeat those bugs, they had to hit
Yep.
it with thousands of people. Wink, wink.
Yep.
Now you have
Oh, yeah, you're right.
exactly. They realizing,
Dude, it's getting
hey,
exciting.
right now we're realizing we go with the dynamic server meshing. We can actually hit
Yep.
the numbers on these servers properly because now we get to scale it up. We can scale it
Yep.
because we got the numbers to see what's happening.
Yep. Dude,
Man,
yeah,
oh my God.
They do that.
Yes.
I mean, even 1,000 is impressive, but I think
Yes.
if they can, with dynamic, get like 2,000.
Right.
Um,
It's so crucial
my
now.
God.
It's so crucial.
Yes.
The sooner you get dynamic server meshing in, the sooner you can overcome the problems with desync and these bugs because you have the concurrency and the metrics, the capture, and get down to the root of what's going on immediately.
Yeah. Dude, and then it makes more sense
Man.
to have a tech preview.
Yeah.
Like, go
Yeah.
basically do a light Evo Cuddy just to get anything major. Put in a tech preview, get everyone to hit it.
Yeah.
Because now you have a bigger instance of 1,000 or 2,000 people,
Yep. Yep.
and they're not wasting money on servers and spinning up,
Yep.
like up and down servers for no reason.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't.
Dude, if it is all of this, then they don't have to have base building in. They don't have to debut new systems. If they just solidify the tech, then
Yeah.
it will be a very successful year.
Yeah, and this is why this is the other part of the streaming. Outside of the community, this is the other parts of it. I love why I do it because I get to talk about the positive sides, even though there's the negative aspects of things that occur. It's great to talk about it, to sort out and come up with possible solutions. At least the narrative is based on that, as opposed to pointing fingers, calling people out, and just like being mean and salty towards people who are actually in the trenches doing the work that they're at their best, doing their best.
Yep.
And and that's what it's about. And I think that's so positive in the sense that you get this, you try your best to see the different perspectives, so it brings in more understanding. But again, it does not dismiss, hey, there's got to be better communication in the sense of you can structure it so that if no one gets it, at least two people will get it, so they can spread the word to say, hey, they're communicating the way they supposed to. So no, you guys are wrong. They are communicating. And that's all, because that's people with common sense. That's all they want to hear,
Yep.
And
Well, and I hope they do, and SIGCON reiterate how successful server meshing has been. Because none of us talk about it, and
Right.
generally, when tech is working, you don't talk about it. So,
Correct.
and it's a miracle because if we think about last SIGCON, where they had just figured out that this was even possible, to Pyro coming out, them saying, "Okay, we're going to keep it in tech preview," to all of a sudden we have 500-600 people on an instance,
Yeah.
and if what Coffee said is correct, and we get 1,000 this weekend and this week,
Yeah.
I mean, server meshing has been like, it went from this may kill the game, is not doable, to no, this is some
This is
real
the
tech
solution.
that is actually working.
Yeah, this is the solution.
Yep.
Yep, this is truly a
So-
solution because now we got concurrency. We have the proper metrics. Now things can be repeated because now we're seeing where the problem is. Yep. And you know, we're still waiting on the Vulkan test, so that's got to come pretty soon. We'll probably see it this week. You know, and that's another
I heard
thing.
it was on the roadmap or something. So,
Yeah. Yeah, that parallel, you can, you know, you can put things in parallel. You can utilize the GPU, CPU, and you know, really dial it up. And it's like, wow, that it makes it feel as though it was optimized.
Yes. Which will also help with concurrency, because when you do have 1,000 people on an instance, the fact that locally your computer is more efficient because you're using Vulkan.
Yes.
And parallelism and everything.
You have
that
the
just means you can see
cores.
more people on your screen.
We have more than 4 cores on the CPU these days.
Yep.
Yep. And that will help with desync too.
Yeah, it'll help with desync as well. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, everything will just get more optimized, like you said.
Yeah.
And that will be amazing. Like by the end of the year, they have Dynamic out. It's on Vulkan.
Right. But what's the deeper dive on that? Now when you utilize DLSS, it can go even further. It can push your GPU even, or you know, make it more efficient, right?
Yes.
Because of the upscaling. And then all of a sudden, people who are playing on 1080p, they're getting a 2K experience visually and high frame rates, and they're like, wow. Now this is great. Now they want to play it more because it feels like a new game.
Yes. Oh, do you know what the other benefits are though? With Vulkan and the DLSS, it frees up the graphics card to actually do physics work. And
It's
AI
built in.
work.
It's built in, and that's like when those rocks fracture. And guess who's the other recipient of that?
Oh, with that.
It begins with an M.
Oh,
The Maelstrom system.
oh yeah. They did say that the Maelstrom system already is server mesh compatible.
Asteroids, even possible dynamic asteroids.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to be amazing once they do that for sure. Maybe that's the big thing, man. I you know what? I'm starting to believe what you're saying. That like it's a 2-hour SIGCON because they're gonna drop some stuff that's gonna keep us busy.
Yeah, it's fast paced. I think it might be fast paced.
And fast paced,
Yeah.
But I do think it's. I hope it's kind of like.
For them to go to,
it's like, everything's gonna come to us.
Well, I mean, you have technical issues, you have promises not met, right? Expectations have been broken, right? But right, there you go, Coffee. No breaks between panels. But knowing what the narrative was and how they would love to go, how they in the past they went all out. You've seen it. We've seen the venues online, or we've seen them in person. All of a sudden, we're saying they're going to underwhelm us when we know that they've pulled out all the stops countless times, despite the issues, and you know. So all of a sudden, it's like they totally disconnect from us. No, I think this is going to be one where, it's 2 hours. And yeah, naturally we say, man, you be giving us, you've been spoiling us with these 8-hour events.
Yep.
It's going to be more content, more condensed, and high octane. I think so,
I agree,
and more
yeah.
reachable. I
And
think,
was their Star Engine demo the last SitCon where that they did that 20-minute complete
yeah,
fly through?
yeah,
So, dude, if this SitCon is what we're talking about with dynamic server meshing, oh my God.
yeah. Planetary Tech 5, implementing it, or at least showing you an engine that, hey, this is what we've
Yes.
accomplished, and
Yeah, yeah.
this is coming first quarter. I think that's palpable. That's closer than we think. Where we'll at least it'll get us stoked for it to say, hey, I'm in,
Yep.
man. Let's go, let's go. And you see more
I mean,
of the assets in the real engine in game.
yeah. Yep. I mean, dude, like we said, like if they can get dynamic server meshing with
Yeah,
2,000 players onto the tech preview,
it's a different story. It's a
yeah.
totally different
And then they say,
conversation.
yeah. Then first quarter of next year, they move it to live. Like you said, Planetary Tech 5. Yeah. Oh my God. That
It's a different
then things
story.
should speed up quite a bit. Yeah.
Yep.
Let's see. We just like hardcore copium and hopiumed up.
Copium, hopium at high levels right now.
Yep.
Pure copium, hopium,
I
irradiated
call it
hopium,
chopium.
irradiated hopium. We're on
Yep.
that Valacar hopium.
Yeah, but it makes sense. I mean, I'm excited now. Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
they've been
let's,
going all out last few times, man. I think this is more of a
yep,
condensed, high octane version of it, and that direct moniker, CitizenCon Direct. It's like,
yes,
it's not virtual. It's just that was over with. That
yeah,
you had COVID, you had that stuff going on. It was virtual. We knew it was a narrative to that, but CitizenCon Direct. It's like,
yep.
directly to your client. What you're seeing is going directly to your client. I'm throwing it out there, man. I'm hyping it up. That's right. I'm hyping it up.
Yep. It's a good thing. I mean, we
Yeah,
talked a lot of,
it's fun.
I won't say negative stuff, but there's a lot of disappointing stuff. Um, but there is a lot of good stuff we just talked about. So yeah, it's all good.
Yep. State of the
I
Union,
hope you're right,
Steve.
Kimmy. I hope you're
Yeah,
right.
State of the Union address. I'm gonna address the State of the Union on this one.
Yeah. I mean, I really do hope what happened with Pyro happened in the sense of everyone
Yeah,
was playing 4.0 last year at the end of
yeah.
the year. No one cared about like the other one.
Right. And when you look at the footprint, you look at the volume of what they had
Yep.
to bring over for Pyro, and you're saying with Nyx, it's like 4 planets at the maximum. I think it's 3 total.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden they're like, I don't know, man. I I, I,
Well, I
I I
mean,
see that they can knock that out.
I think so, and that's what I meant earlier was like if the only announcement is we got a couple more systems in, it's not going to be that great because it's like cool, right?
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, if they get nothing but dynamic out this year, um, I think there'll be a lot of happy people.
Yeah. And I think they have not really waned in, like, knowing that Planetary Tech is working. They're working on it now, but
Hmm.
the Nyx system, I've pulled it up actually. Um, and then with the campaign for Vandal, they're probably going to start introducing them because they're right next door to us. But it's literally Nyx 2, Nyx 3.
Hmm.
Let me pull it up. I'm not going to be selfish. Let me pull it up. Let me pull it up so we can kind of Bear with me.
Oh yeah, no problem.
This is probably why it's possible.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, like the next three systems aren't that big, so they could theoretically
Exactly.
debut all three of them.
And I think that's on purpose.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Here you go. It's Beyond Pyro. And I think it includes the other system, which is Castra. But this part is
Hello, everyone. Wonderful to see you all. Thank you for coming out. Did you guys see that worm?
yeah, I'm fighting them.
Really cool. All right. So right now, it's all hands on deck to make 4.0 the best experience for you. Richer locations, deeper gameplay, better experiences. All with completely new and wonderful music from Pedro, which will create an evocative and emotional
He kills it, man.
backdrop.
He kills the soundtracks. No
Rich
doubt.
and I have been working directly with Pedro for many months now. Beautiful music awaits. But today, I'm going to talk to you about what's beyond Pyro. So let's strap in and we'll take a look. My name's Ian. I'm the creative director for Star Citizen.
He does a good job, though.
And
He's
let's
a
start
vision of his,
by looking
man.
up into the stars and saying hello to an old friend.
Gray box, right? Then there's white box, I believe. Is that the order? Gray box and then white box.
Yeah, I believe that's order. Yeah, gray box first and then white box.
Beautiful, but dangerous. Huge asteroids. Raven.
Awesome. All right. So this is Nyx system. Nyx was discovered in 2582 by Carla Larry during the height of the newly formed United Empire of Earth's territorial expansion. Its most defining feature, and the source of its name, is the sprawling black dust cloud that occupies most of the system. The dust cloud severely hampers visibility and can interfere with your ship's scanners. This system does, however, border with Vanduul space. So, visitors are being advised there are Vanduul raiding parties hitting locations throughout the system. But despite this, a small community has formed in the system, and this is on an asteroid in the belt between
Delamar.
Nyx 2 and Nyx 3. And this asteroid is called Delamar. And here it is.
They're going to show the
hidden deep
planets.
in the Glacium Ring. But actually, Delamar should be, and now is, an actual asteroid.
Yeah.
And as it's an asteroid, the space is a zero G location, giving a unique identity
Yep.
for a landing zone.
Cargo
So
running.
let's take a closer look at the main POI on Delamar.
Gray box again. This is a lot. I mean, it could be just a machinima video, but yeah.
Yeah.
But they have the concept of what they want, though. Look at that. That right there, tech preview. Man, that, what?
Yep.
Oh, Coffee said is the other way. 07 Coffee. It's more ready then. They got a lot of it done.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really small system, so with,
Oh, yeah.
with only like 1 or 2 points of interest.
Exactly. And so it allows them to put that much more detail in. And then it's also server friendly. It's more server
Yep.
friendly. Yeah.
But that's also why I feel like if that's all they debut, it'll be very disappointing because they are smaller systems. And,
Yeah, but it's the content. It's what it's about as far as the content. You're talking about zero G, zero gravity, but you're talking about the cargo runners, the economy system being a part of this.
That's true. Yeah. But if they do this in dynamic, I
Awesome.
think that would be a good conversation.
Correct.
For
You see all
that
those
remember,
ships,
It's awesome to be able to say,
Yep.
welcome back to Levski.
and dynamic. It would be friendly with dynamic server meshing because it's not spawning
And for new
all these
players,
different
Let me tell you why
assets.
it's a cool place.
3
This used
planets.
to be an old mining
Yep.
facility, which was mothballed and then abandoned.
So
There
you
is
just
an
you hit it
internal
with 2
network of
servers. It's
abandoned
done.
tunnels and mine shafts. And these are now
Yeah,
populated
yeah,
with
yeah.
refugees, fugitives, and criminals. This is also the home to the People's Alliance, who you'll be doing some work for. And as Levski
A lot of
was
landing
made some
pads.
time back, it needed to be updated so that it can fit into current gameplay features and systems and mission loops. So let's take a look at the first update, and that is to the hangars and landing services.
I think they also showed a Kraken in this video.
Yes. And what are they working on now? Or they started production on?
Yep.
Yep. And that's going to be there.
Yeah, it'll be cool if they can get the Ironclad out this year.
Yeah. Well, the modules they're working on in the next patch. The Caterpillar module connect to the Ironclad. There you go.
Oh, they are?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Alright, nothing.
Look at that. That shows you. But look, that's how huge that facility was for a Kraken to look minuscule.
Yeah, that's small, yeah.
That's a huge facility.
All right, cool. So Levski is still perched over the borehole, but now has a suite of hangars that are arrayed around and inside the borehole.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
We're also increasing the quantity of hangars. This is to meet the ever-expanding players per server to remove hangar wait times.
Wow.
And this pass will be done for all landing zones in the game right now. And for players that don't want to store their ship, docking services will be added high up on the cliff walls. Now, other than hangars and docking services, there are other ways to enter the location, which are also getting new updates. Let's take a look.
We kind of talked about that, those variations to, to dock, to land, to interact.
Yep. Yep.
People are walking over there. Yeah, this is a big deal. The mighty raft. Cargo Central, man.
Yeah, cargo haul is gonna love it.
Exactly.
All right, awesome. So around the main entrance, there's still gravity plating for on-foot access. And these will lead to open landing pads for quick drop-off and pickup.
See? That's definitely
And we're
cargo.
also adding access to gameplay areas for a variety of local missions and gameplay types. And as you saw in the video, there will be banks of exterior freight elevators. These can be used for quicker gameplay loops without requiring hangar services. Now, as this is a zero-G location, it also gives an opportunity for another type of specialist freight services. Let's take a look.
Cargo Run is gonna love this.
Yep.
Wow. Man, look at that. That's crazy right there. Wow. That's awesome. And he's operating the grid to drop it down into the warehouse.
All right. So first off, now the borehole goes all the way through the asteroid, which is awesome to fly through. And down at the base of the asteroid, there will be banks of exterior zero-G freight elevators.
Nice. Game changer.
These will be priority access for Hull Series ships. So for all the Hull Series folks, we got you covered. The same functionality is also coming to space stations in both Stanton and Pyro.
Oh, nice. Drop off.
Yep.
A balancing.
But wait, there's a little bit more. Let's take a look.
That's pretty cool. That bazaar. Yes. It's back, baby. The bazaar is back. Nice. Whoa.
All right, cool. So, the external freight elevators will now have direct access to cargo
07,
decks
like-
to be able
like
to
Watergo.
quickly sell or pick up for the next run. So that concludes some of the exterior
There it is.
updates coming to Levski. But the interior is also getting some updates to bring them in line with current gameplay requirements. These will be spaces like cargo services, as we just saw, for hauling and supplies, and refinement centers, so you don't need to travel far to refine your ore.
Look at that. Oh, refinery.
And we're updating the interior layout to provide better access to gameplay spaces. So to conclude, Nick's system will be the next system after Pyro.
Yeah.
Yay!
You're like, huh?
Delamar is now a physical asteroid with a zero-G play space. All right, not so much. And we're updating Nevsky to fit current gameplay mechanics and gameplay loops. And most importantly, we're adding local areas for gameplay content.
That rain.
Now, speaking of gameplay in landing zones, let's leave Levski for now. And let's jump to Rainy Arcop.
don't think
Which
we
is
have
missing
that
the most
yet.
gameplay spaces right now. So we're continuing the Building Interior initiative.
There we go.
We're adding additional districts to landing zones, which are gameplay focused. These gameplay areas will interweave with the landing zone, but ultimately will be independent. So for Area 18, let me introduce you to the Municipal Works. And this will be split into two locations. The actual Municipal Works, which will be an open world sandbox area for all players, and the lower Municipal Works, known locally as the Depths,
Oh,
which will
God.
comprise of several
Here
instanced
comes the horror.
levels. So, how do I get to the Municipal Works? The Municipal Works is accessible in multiple places in Area 18. Some will be available to everyone, and some you'll need to unlock with mission progression. As an example, here's a map of Area 18 Central. And as I said, there'll be various access points throughout the landing zone, and some will be easier to access than others.
Wow.
These access points will lead to transit systems, taking you deep into the underbelly,
Oh, that's crazy.
eventually reaching the Municipal Works. And the Municipal Works will have spaces like maintenance, filtration, and the sewer network.
Oh, boy. That Valacar coming out of the
which
water.
is
Look at the
what we're
rats.
seeing here. It's a very exotic place.
Yep.
Very exotic.
So down here, it's an open world sandbox for you and other players, very similar to contested zones in Pyro stations.
Instancing.
It's an area to do local missions, like exploration, repair, or even pest control.
Oh, boy.
But the main purpose is provide access to the depths. And these will be instanced areas. So, what is an instance area?
Right.
Well, an instance area works in the same way as
Cowabunga.
an instanced hangar. And as the name says, it's a separate space for you and your group. But why do we want to do this? This gives us the ability to create tailored missions that will provide a mixture of content like combat or exploration or puzzle gameplay, and fundamentally allows us to design challenging, meaningful content.
Here we go.
All right. So let me illustrate. Going over here. How the depths will be split by levels. Now, stay with me on this. We're going to rattle through it quick. So let's say you're in level B01. You're running a mission, you're having a great time with the curated content I just mentioned. But down here, you'll have to do a variety of content over a period of time and over multiple play sessions. At the end of the mission, you'll find an access point, which will bring you back to the landing zone.
Holy smokes.
And you'll do this loop multiple times with different mission content. After achieving
Down,
the
over,
required
up.
amount of progression, your access level will be upgraded. So this time, you head down the access point elevator, and now it takes you all the way down to level B02, and you continue on with your journey.
Oh, wow.
Now this is your new area with different mission content, new rewards, and a new access point back to the LZ.
Wow.
The same as B01, you'll do this loop multiple times. And you guessed it, eventually you'll get access to level B03, and we continue deeper. With each level you unlock, you access new areas.
Gets easier,
For
right?
new mission loops, you'll access new, more challenging
I don't
curated
know, don't
content
tell me.
and access better,
We'll see more
and better
Valagar.
rewards.
And creepier.
And this is what will form progression-based content.
Oh my gosh.
So as I just described, was a very condensed version.
They're gonna moving
of an
away from
actual
Area
play
18.
sessions. But this
Not what I
still
thought it
describes
was.
the unique gameplay experience. Landing zone areas which will offer long-term gameplay progression. So that concludes this section
Man, look at
on
those
gameplay
rats.
spaces for landing zone.
They're huge.
We're excited to show you more. All right.
Yeah,
So
I
we're
think
going to
that's part
head
of
away
pest
from
control.
Archon for now. Let's look again into the stars. And now we're going to talk about solar systems. All right.
You're gonna see the number of planets.
Stanton system was the primary system in the game. It serves as a lawful system. It's protected by the UEE and will continue to be evolved and updated as we balance it with other systems. Then we
Tech
have
5.
Pyro system, which we've spoken about at length, and this will serve as the primary unlawful system and is the perfect contrast to Stanton. Then, as we just saw, we have Nyx system. It's not a totally unsafe system like Pyro, but it depends on where you go, as it borders Vandal space. See that little bit of red? That's Vandal space right there. And the UEE does not protect this system. But we've got a little bit of space there, haven't we?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
All right. I thought you were saying click system then. I'm like, I'm not sure about that one. All right. But we've got a bit of room at the bottom. So it would be a shame not to fill it in with something, right? So if we get a big cheer, we'll reveal the system. You ready?
Oh my gosh, man. They're in the crowd.
Very cool. Very cool. All right. Here it is. Oh, wait. Oh, all right. Okay. All right. All right. Okay.
Oh, you're getting the booze now.
So, let's take a sneak peek at system number 4. Here it is.
Dang, dang.
Well, it's awesome, right? All right. No, in order to reveal the 4th system, let me take you on a little history lesson. And to do that, we're going to load up our old friend, the Galactopedia. So, we're back in the height of the human-Xi'an Cold War. Tensions
Yes.
were at breaking point. In 2542, Armistead Perry introduced a designation line
I
for
wonder
a
if we'll
group
see
of
these
8
systems.
planetary systems that marked the
Release of
borderlands
Squadron 42.
between Xi'an and human-controlled space. The
That'd be
United
part of
Planets
the
of
ones that
Earth
come into the PU.
designated
wonder.
the systems
Yeah.
as no-fly zones and utilizing them as military staging grounds. But one system on the Perry line offered a key strategic position for a potential invasion into the Xi'an Empire. And that system was
There it is.
Castra. But luckily for us, war was averted, the Perry-Line Pact was signed, which was a peace treaty between the now UEE and the Xi'an Empire, so the Cold War ended. The systems of the Perry-Line were divided up between humans and Xi'an, and fast forward back to present day, humans and the Xi'an enjoy a more prosperous relations, and everyone's cool. So, the fourth system will be Castra. History lesson's over, so let's jump in and find out a little bit more. First we have Castra
Hey, Cammy,
1.
I gotta drop off.
Here it is.
Okay, Shimpasta.
Castra
Well,
1
we'll chat.
is a
Yeah.
Was
dead,
that chatting with you?
coreless planet
Always a pleasure, sir.
because it's too close to the
Absolutely.
sun
Alright,
to be
see ya.
terraformed for human
All right.
habitation. So instead, the UEE Navy used Castra 1 for target practice, giving it the nickname of Bullseye.
Oh gosh. Wow.
All the weapon testing throughout the Mesa era has left Bullseye covered in craters.
Good gosh.
And as you can see, it's super toxic, meaning ground exploration will require high-end environment suits. And as you saw in the weather demo, raging storms will create difficulty of access, giving risk and rewards for adventurers seeking unique minables and other
wow.
items. Okay. Then we have Castra 2. The second planet from the sun is called Cascom. And this was the location of the military's staging area. Since the system was opened up to non-military settlement, it has since become a center of trade and tourism, but is still considered an Earth-centric traditionalist system,
Interesting.
which prizes citizenship above all else. Let's head down to the surface and check it out.
Wow.
Breaking through the clouds, you'll find a landscape full of Great Lakes and lush crimson forests. And as you saw in the CTG presentation, you can see how we're going to make these worlds with the new technology. High
Okay.
up on the mountain range, here at the highest peak, we can just make out the landing zone called Sherman.
Huge.
Which is fondly known by its residents as the island in the sky. Sherman is currently in pre-production, but I wanted to take the opportunity to
Those
show
are
at least
cities on
a
that
sneak peek.
surface.
Let's take a look.
Huge. It's huge. Beautiful. Beautiful. place is huge, man. The Reclaimer. Reproduction. Awesome. Not bad. Not bad.
Awesome. Let me take you through some of the areas of Sherman you just saw. The dominant landmark you see in the center is Spaceport Ulysses, named after the mountain Sherman is sitting on. This is where they staged the bombers that were on active rotation, waiting on any sign of any aggression. But now it's mostly a commercial spaceport. The Navy still has an air base here, but it's a great place to see some big ships of the UEE. Commercial hangars are located inside the main trench. And even though this is a converted from a naval base, it still has an impressive military flavor. And speaking of military flavor, the original AOV-9s anti-orbital cannons are still present around the defensive walls, with most of them being decommissioned once it became a civilian city. Over to the left of the spaceport is the Sparrows Industrial Park, home to the sprawling cargo yards and manufacturing plants. The Sparrows has evolved from its days as a military supply and munitions depot into a bustling and modern industrial park. To the right side of the spaceport is Fort Riggs, which originally used to house the Army when Sherman was used as a staging point for a potential ground assault of the Xi'an Empire. Since the area was decommissioned, it has now been turned into a business park and is the governmental center of CASCOM, with the Governor's Council headquarters located here. As this base was built during the Mesa era, as humans were expanding their borders, this introduces a new architectural style for humans. Between the First Travarian War on one front and the Xi'an Cold War on the other, a new style called Henoism arose. With an emphasis on prefabrication and fortification, the designs were robust, durable against warfare and harsh enemies and harsh environments. And from all the locations we just saw, high up on the upper wall, you can see the commercial district, and specifically the Ansel shopping complex. Situated high above the sprawling main base below, the Ansel area originally served as the command center to Sherman's military operations. Inside this building, you'll find key areas like the Edge of Oblivion Bar, which was converted from the old officers' lounge. You'll also find Eckhart Security Headquarters, and you'll find the Mercenary Guild headquarters. The other areas in the commercial district include the OPA towers for habitation. That's the building on the left.
Oh, nice.
And on the right, it's the Imperial Sherman Infirmary. There's also the Reeves Military Museum, where you can experience the history of humanity's military and the role that Castra has played in keeping the Empire safe. And finally, we have Overlook Point, which is the name of the vantage point and park situated in front of Central Command, which has the best view overlooking the landing zone. So that's a quick overview of some of the key areas of Sherman.
Nice.
I think it's devastatingly beautiful, with a rich history and unique mood and vibe.
Lower team. That's the lower team.
Awesome. So before I go, I want to thank you all. You are all awesome. All your passion, all your dedication make our lives as devs so much easier. And thanks to the CIG staff, who's the awesome work we're seeing in front of you.
Sherman. Yeah, some of those
So
guns
thanks
still
again.
work.
You are all amazing, passionate, and enabling us to dream big. Enjoy the rest of your show.
Nice. All right, chat. I'm going to call it, but I want to get into that Onyx tomorrow early and see. But 4.3, not bad. I mean, I'm not running into crash to desktops, but it's still early. More than likely, there's going to be a hot fix at some point, but they got it to live. It'll be good to keep this cadence up. Just keep pushing towards Star Engine 1.0. I think that's the remedy for a lot of things. But thank you for tuning in, and we're gonna see you soon. It's still the weekend. It's not over yet, so I'm gonna get as much as I can out of this weekend, for sure. So thank you again. 07, always a pleasure. Coffee, got to get that space mining going, man. Everyone, 07s.
tonight. But before we do that, let's crash into that. We can do it right if it takes all night. But before we do that, let's crash into that.
Music by Walkerpedia.